Chapter 722. We have to go. Wang Zhikuan did not say these words. He only glanced coldly at the generals in the tent and slapped the table. In a meaningful and heartfelt tone he said, I don't care who these Black Knights belong to. I only know that the Bureau of Military Affairs Winter Training Order says very clearly that no one can stop the 3,000 riders of the Yanjing camp entering Dongyi. The 3,000 Yanjing soldiers were just a test. They were the vanguard. It was the attitude the court was showing as it pressed toward the great prince step by step. Wang Zhikuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light gradually rose in them. He squeezed his voice into an icy line. No matter what the 10,000 soldiers the great prince leads are, in the end, people of the Qing kingdom. The great prince cannot take the risk of a mutiny and bring those soldiers to stop them. Thus, the problem at hand is the 1,000 Black Knights placed around Nyoto Mountain. The day after tomorrow, we will send the Bureau of Military Affairs transfer order to them. If they are still not willing to give way, then it can only prove that they are no longer part of the Qing kingdom's army. But the emperor's attitude toward Sir Fan Jr. is still unclear, a general said worriedly. If the Yanjing camp actually fought with the Black Knights, it would be the same as officially shedding all pretense of cordiality with Fan Xian's faction. The atmosphere in Jingdo was very delicate. The generals in Yanjing did not know exactly how the person in the palace was planning to deal with Fan Xian. If they just wanted to give Fan Xian the cold shoulder, then the Yanjing camp's actions were too dark and heavy. In the future, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. The tent was deep in Yanjing. It was actually a very large room. However, it had a name with a strong military flavor. The generals in the room were all Wang Zhikuan's trusted subordinates, so there were many things they could say that were not taboo. Some things could be said openly. The worry the general spoke of earlier was actually the worry in Wang Zhikuan's heart. The emperor had indeed removed all of Fan Xian's official positions, but he had never truly questioned him. Who knew how the situation would develop in the future? Outside Yanjing, the 1,000 Black Riders at the foot of Nyoto Mountain were indeed a powerful force. However, Wang Zhikuan had led troops for 20 years. The Yanjing camp controlled 100,000 elite soldiers. Just based on numbers and equipment, they were the best of the Qing kingdom's 5 roads border soldiers. It was impossible that they could not break through the 1,000 Black Riders' blockade. The problem at hand was that it was impossible for Yanjing to throw in all its troops. Once the flames of war ignited, Dongyi would only belong in name. The hearts of the people would not be settled. It would probably lead to the Qing kingdom's first true civil war. Wang Zhikuan did not dare to bear this kind of historical responsibility. His position in the military had already climbed to the top. Regardless of what other contributions he made on the battlefield, at most, he would return to Jingdo like Commander Yi and become the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs. There would be some progress in his reputation, but in reality, there were no benefits. For this governor of Yanjing, there was very little room left in life for him to struggle. Thus, he had to think about the descendants of his family and the future. Although the emperor still looked down on the world, he was in the end old. There would come a day when he would pass away. If Fan Xian could survive this storm. No, even if Fan Xian couldn't, once the third prince sat on the throne. Given his relationship with Fan Xian, would he tolerate him? Wang Zhikuan's brows were furrowed tightly. After all, he was a military commander. He was skilled in strategy on the battlefield, but it was difficult for him to notice the movements in the details. The matter of the Jingdo concubines had not allowed him to understand the emperor's plans. His brows furrowed tightly and then relaxed. Finally, he made up his mind. In a cold voice he said, "We'll move the day after tomorrow. If anyone dares to stop us, seize their weapons." All of the Yanjing generals had their own thoughts and left the camp with heavy hearts. They were not sure if the military operation the day after tomorrow would actually cause a conflict with the Black Knights. They also did not know if the great prince in Dongyi would actually lead the 10,000 elite soldiers back to the east and directly oppose the Qing kingdom's border soldiers. To sum it up, these loyal Qing generals were worried whether the Qing kingdom's first civil war would erupt in the area under their jurisdiction. Governor Wang seemed to have made up his mind. That night, he went to the Mei Manor and found the leader of the civil officials in Yanjing, Mei Zhili. Mei Zhili was Duke Lu's student. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Fan Xian, he was familiar with Fan Xian. After hearing Commander Wang's sincere request for advice, Sir Mei lightly asked Wang Jikuan a question. Jie is still in Jingdou, right? Mei Zhili had left his position as the Jingdou magistrate in the 4th year of the Qing calendar, and had come to Yanjing. He cooperated harmoniously with Governor Wang's military and political affairs, and rarely meddled. Governor Wang deeply understood Sir Mei's foresight and strategy. Just by being able to leave the position of Jingdou magistrate unscathed, one could tell how capable he was in officialdom. The two of them had a good personal relationship, so Sir Mei addressed the young lady of the Wang family as naturally as he would a junior, and only called her Ji. Hearing the words Ji, Governor Wang's expression did not change. His heart, which had been tempered by the ice and snow of the battlefield, trembled involuntarily. He knew what Mei Zhili wanted to make clear. Wang Ji had entered Prince Huqing's manor in June and become the great prince's secondary fei. Before this young lady was married, she had been exhorted to her face by Fan Xian and lectured for a number of months. Other than Jingdou and Yanjing, most people in the world knew that other than Fan Xian's 4 disciples, Fan Xian had 3 other students of noble status. The first was the 3rd prince, the second was the young lady of the Yi family, Yi Ling, and the third was the young lady of the Yanjing Governor Wang's manor. In the Qing kingdom, filial piety was the most important word, followed by the word of one's teacher. Given the relationship between the Yanjing manor and Fan Xian, the 1,000 black knights blocking the foot of Nyoto Mountain appeared complicated. Wang Jikuan glanced at Mei Zhili. After a moment of silence, he said, "There is an edict from the palace and an order from the Bureau of Military Affairs. Even if it will incite some discussion in the future, this matter has to be done." "Governor, you misunderstand." Mei Zhili's eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. He had already escaped the political whirlpool of Jingdou for a number of years. Originally, he had no intention of participating in this major matter. However, he was born in the manor of Duke and had too deep a connection with Yi Guipin, and the 3rd prince in the palace. Although he was currently in Yanjing, if he wanted to escape in the future, it would probably be very difficult. Thus tonight, he had spoken these words clearly in front of Wang Jikuan. The teacher-student relationship between Sir Fan Jr. and Ji is certainly worrisome. Most importantly, Mei Zhili sighed and looked at Wang Jikuan. "You want to send troops to Dongyi, but anyone with eyes can see that the great prince is no longer listening to Jingdou's edict. Ji is a secondary fei of the manor. Have you thought about this problem? If the great prince truly takes over Dongyi and makes himself king, even if you gather 100,000 soldiers in Yanjing and take down Dongyi, what will Ji do in the manor?" Wang Jikuan had guarded the Qing kingdom's borders for many years and had suffered hardships. At the age of 40, he had a daughter. He loved her like a treasure and couldn't help being arrogant and willful. This created Wang Tong's bad habits. Fortunately, Fan Xian had forcefully suppressed her bad temper. Every time he thought of this, Wang Jikuan felt a bit of gratitude toward Sir Fan Jr. However, after being pointed out by Mei Zhili, he said in a daze, "Perhaps Sir Fan Jr. had long predicted the present situation? Is that why, contrary to everyone's expectations, he used his status as an official of Taichung Temple to facilitate the great prince's marriage to Ji?" Thinking of this, Wang Jikuan's heart chilled. He had not thought that the Duke would have such deep and far-sighted plans. It truly made one's heart tremble. Wang Jikuan's position was truly awkward. Although the Yanjing camp was powerful, Dongyi, where its blade was pointed, was already within the range of the great prince and Fan Xian's power. Yet these 2 young nobles had an inextricable connection to Wang Jikuan. One was his son-in-law, and the other was his daughter's teacher. Mei Zhili thought for a moment and then said, "As for what Sir Fan Jr. was thinking at the beginning, there is no point in you and me guessing now. However, there is something I must remind you. If I can think of the problem here, then the person in the palace can also think of it. Yet, the palace still hasn't done anything to Yanjing." He raised his head and glanced at Wang Jikuan lightly. If Sir Fan Jr. had truly predicted the present situation, then it can only be said that he had great foresight. "Governor, you hold the fort in Yanjing, yet you are targeting Dongyi. If the emperor suspects that you are not diligent enough, then no matter who comes, it will probably be difficult to solidify the Yanjing military's morale. Thus, Dongyi's safety will be a bit more guaranteed. My loyalty to the emperor can be seen by the sun and moon. If Fan Xian wants to use this, it won't work. There was no anger in Wang Jikuan's words. Mei Zhili nodded and said, "It is clear that Sir Fan Jr.'s arrangements have not been effective. Jingdo has not done anything to Yanjing. In the end, the emperor is a wise ruler and trusts you greatly. Even the military order from the Bureau of Military Affairs and the secret edict from the palace are actually a test the emperor has given you." Wang Jikuan was stern. He raised his fist in a salute and said, "I have learned my lesson." Mei Zhili's expression remained serious. Slowly he said, "But Governor, are you really not going to consider Tong, or anymore? Consider the discussion of the world? If you can truly subdue Dongyi in one battle, you will be a meritorious official of the Qing kingdom. Once civil war breaks out, and the flames of war continue, the pressure from all sides will be piled onto your shoulders. But what can I do? If I truly suppress my troops and do not move, I will be letting down the emperor's trust." Wang Jikuan's brows rose. The conflict in Jingdo will, in the end, land on the battlefield. As the emperor's official, there are many things I have to do. I have to do it. If I can't, then I won't do it. Mei Zhili looked at him calmly. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "To say something disrespectful, this is, after all, a family matter of the emperor. As officials, you and I must be loyal to the emperor. If the Qing kingdom truly breaks out into civil war, how will you and I explain it to the world? The change in Jingdo should land on the battlefield." However, it is clear that Sir Fan Jr. and the emperor do not wish for this turmoil to spread too far and wide. Otherwise, the emperor would not continue to let Sir Fan Jr. live. And Sir Fan Jr. would not stay in Jingdo as a wealthy and idle person. Those two are both guarding that bottom line. Governor, when you send out your troops in 2 days, please remember this bottom line. You can threaten or invade, but if you really want blood to flow like rivers, I think it is not wise. I'm afraid that is not the result the emperor wants. But the other party is the Black Knights. Those wolf cubs of the Overwatch Council do not know what it means to retreat, Wang Jikuan said with his eyes closed. This is too difficult to grasp. You have to send out troops, but you can't actually fight. You can't ruin the emperor's grand plan, but you also have to prevent the situation from becoming too serious. Speaking of this, Governor Wang let out a deep sigh. He had lived his entire life in the light of knives and shadows, but he had never encountered such a complicated situation. If they wanted to fight, then fight. That was the simplest. Even if the other party was Fan Xian or the Great Prince, if they truly threw the east of the kingdom into chaos, the emperor would not be happy. Since the emperor has a secret edict, we have to fight. At the very least, we have to truly confront each other and suppress the Black Knight's momentum. Mei Zhili's eyelids drooped slightly. The palace's edict must be carried out, pressing down like a storm on a mountain. How many days can the Black Knights resist? Although they are a group of cold-blooded riders who kill people like flies, the Great Prince is not, and neither is Sir Fan Jr. This kind of situation will not last for many days. In the end, they will have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Wang Jikuan looked at him and reminded, "The emperor's edict is here. I don't want the emperor to mistakenly think that I am not doing my job well." No, there will certainly be an opportunity for the situation between Yanjing and Dongyi to stabilize. Mei Zhili looked at him and suddenly smiled slightly. Sir Fan Jr. has spent so much effort on Shang and your relationship with the Great Prince in order to seek a balance between the two sides. As for the emperor's edict, I think he will certainly have a way to end this matter. Although it is difficult to disobey an edict, I do not want to meet the men of the Qing kingdom on the battlefield. Wang Jikuan's brows were furrowed deeply. A moment later he slowly said, "However, I cannot see any way in the current situation that I cannot disobey an edict and still withdraw troops from Nyoto Mountain. That will depend on Sir Fan Jr.'s methods." Mei Zhili calmly extended a finger. If he wants to continue, he needs a variable. We don't know what this variable is, but Sir Fan Jr. will certainly know. Wang Jikuan sighed and said, I don't believe he can do this. If he can actually find this variable within 5 days, I'm afraid I will have to be like Shang and admire him endlessly. 2 days later, there was a somber atmosphere both inside and outside Yanjing. The border soldiers that had gathered from various military camps gathered in front of the city and set out toward the east. After traveling for half a day, they had met up with the 3,000 Yanjing soldiers they had sent earlier and arrived at the foot of Nyoto Mountain. A government road passed by the foot of Nyoto Mountain, passing through the golden and bright red edge of the late autumn forest and extending toward the shore of the East Sea. Following this road, the army could reach Dongyi. The black mass of soldiers gathered there. Banners fluttered in the wind. The riders wore light armor and had a murderous aura. There were more than 10,000 people in this army. Their aura looked very frightening. However, such a menacing Qing border soldier was held back at the foot of Nyoto Mountain and could not advance a single step. At the entrance of the government road at the foot of the mountain, there were 3 rows of black armored riders waiting solemnly. There were only 3 rows, a total of 100 or so riders. However, they gave off a frightening coldness as they blocked the center of the road. On both sides of the gentle slope halfway up the mountain, there were 2 even thicker black ink lines. They were also the Black Knights. In order to show his loyalty to the emperor, Yanjing Governor Wang Jikuan had put in a lot of capital for this test. He had sent 10,000 border soldiers. Of course, the governor would not personally lead the troops. The one leading them was one of his trusted generals who had already received a secret order. This general looked at the Black Knights on the road in the distance and felt a chill in his heart. The Qing military had long been famous and envious of the Black Knights of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council. They had the best equipment, the best war horses, and the light armor all over their bodies were personally made by the 3 workshops of the palace treasury. Their battle power was completely piled up with gold. There had always been a legend within the military that if the Black Knights did not exceed 1,000, they could not be defeated if they exceeded 1,000. This was, of course, because the generals of the Qing military deeply knew the power of the Black Knights during their cooperation over the decades. It was also because the Qing law and edicts strictly limited the number of Black Knights to below 1,000. Of course, there were military generals who were not convinced. The name of the elites of the Qing military shook the world. Regardless of whether it was the Dingzhou cavalry or the Long Arrow camp of the northern camp, they were all illustrious figures. How could they allow a subordinate cavalry of the Overwatch Council to steal all of the limelight? During the Jingdo Rebellion 3 years ago, Fan Xian had led 500 Black Knights into Jingdo and engaged in a bloody battle under Zhengyang Gate. The Black Knights were like death gods from the underworld. In front of countless pairs of eyes, they had forcefully torn apart the rebel army cavalry. Those were the elites of the old Qin family. Even Qin Hung had been stabbed to death by the Black Knight's spears. This iron-like reality made the Qing military truly understand the power of the Black Knights. No one dared to underestimate them again. They even felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. The Yanjing general narrowed his eyes and looked at the lone rider in front of the Black Knights. From the other party's silver mask, he clearly knew the other party's identity. It was the commander of the Black Knights of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, the silver-masked Jing Ge. The Yanjing general's heart chilled slightly. He knew that the commander of the Black Knights was the fierce general who had stabbed Qin Hung with one spear. After thinking for a moment, the Yanjing general led a few soldiers and squeezed their horses' bellies. With a clatter, they moved closer to the Black Knights' defensive line. Commander Jing. The Yanjing general ordered his subordinate to hand over the Bureau of Military Affairs transfer order. In a heavy voice he said, "Please make way." Jing Ge silently accepted the Bureau of Military Affairs transfer order. After glancing at it he said, "We are only under the jurisdiction of the Overwatch Council. Until now, we have not received any council orders, so forgive me for not being able to comply." The Great Prince led 10,000 elite soldiers, and was actually stationed in the Song Kingdom not far from Nyoto Mountain. However, in order to deal with the court's inquiries, he could not personally lead troops to stop them. He could only give this task to the Black Knights. The mask on Jing Ji's face glowed with a cold silver light. Looking at the densely packed Yanjing army in front of him, he said in a heavy voice, I am under orders to guard Dongyi. Unrelated people are strictly forbidden from entering. If anyone dares to take a step in, kill without mercy." His words were spoken very clearly and calmly, yet it carried an unquestionable certainty. Under orders to guard Dongyi? Under whose orders? Sir Fan Jr.'s? However, Fan Xian was no longer the director of the Overwatch Council. As for only listening to the orders of the Overwatch Council, that was even more of a joke. If Yan Bingyan truly sent an Overwatch Council official to mobilize troops, the Black Knights would probably cleanly execute the person, and then burn the council order into a pile of black ash. These words made the Yanjing general's heart slightly cold and angry. In a cold voice he said, "This is the court's order. Are you going to defy it?" Jingge did not reply. After he finished the conversation that needed to be carried out, he reminded, "Don't think about making a detour into Dongyi. I don't want to cross the mountains to seize your weapons." After saying this, he pulled on the reins of his horse and returned to the solemn Black Knights. The metal spear hanging horizontally by his saddle shone with a cold light. The Yanjing general took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Narrowing his eyes, he observed the Black Knights close at hand. After looking for a moment, he had to admit that the other party's equipment was far superior to his. Looking at the weight of the equipment, he knew that the quality of the individual soldiers and the quality of the war horses were far above that of the Yanjing generals. Although there were only 1,000 people, it was easier said than done to charge in with as little blood as possible when faced with 1,000 killing gods. The true confrontation between the Yanjing camp and the Black Knights entered the third day. It was also the fifth day Governor Wang had calculated. There were occasional small scuffles between the two sides. The Yanjing side's desire for battle and anger had already surged. Although the Black Knights were few in number, they were still unusually cold and not excited. It was a time of mutual hostility. Governor Wang also felt that he could not endure it any longer. He had to teach the Black Knights a lesson. Because of the Emperor's edict, waiting for 5 days was already giving Fan Xian and the Great Prince enough time to react. If the Yanjing side continued to maintain the situation of confrontation and were unable to enter Dongyi, the Emperor in Jingde would probably be unusually angry. Just as Wang Zhikuan was preparing to sign the military order to forcefully enter the Nyoto mountain front line and launch an attack on the Black Knights, a general suddenly held a battle report with a serious expression and quickly rushed into the governor's manor. Wang Zhikuan narrowed his eyes as he read the contents of the battle report. His heart felt a chill. He had not thought that Fan Xian would actually be able to create a variable in the north of the Qing kingdom. Furthermore, this variable was one that he had never thought of. He knew that his army could be pulled back. He had not disobeyed the emperor's edict and had not allowed civil war to erupt within his jurisdiction. This should have been a wonderful thing. For some reason, there was not a glimmer of calmness in Wang Zhikuan's eyes. They were filled with worry. The military report came from the northern camp in Sangzhou. It clearly said that Shang Shanhu, who had been resting in Shangjing in northern Qi, had suddenly returned to the border. Leading 100,000 soldiers, he headed straight for the southern front. He was already 70 li north of Zhangzhou. Today is the last day of 2008. Originally, I had some feelings. Later, I thought about it and decided to leave it for next month when the Qing year ends to chat with everyone. I just wish everyone a happy new year, truly happy. Those who still have monthly votes, please vote. Don't waste it. This is the last month. I want to look a bit more glorious. Tomorrow, I hear that the monthly votes have doubled. I hesitate. Chapter 723. It was late autumn, and the wind began to pick up. The cold air whistled down from the extreme north, sweeping past the wastelands of the North Sea and the endless North Sea Lake to the north of Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou was at the northern end of the Qing kingdom. It was the closest city to northern Qi. Purely based on geography, it should be southeast of Shangjing. However, because the cold wind followed the North Sea every year and traveled south, this place was even colder than Shangjing. The autumn trees around them had already lost all their leaves, and the fields below the city were busy harvesting their only harvest at the end of summer. Now the fields had turned into stubble after stubble, and were covered with a layer of frost, looking very pitiful. It had already snowed a few times. Passing the Qing Kingdom fields, the hills in the distance were still covered in snow. It looked very quiet. On the snowy plains, one could faintly see many black dots and northern Qi flags fluttering in the snowy wind. A general on the walls of Zhangzhou narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. The scouts had long reported back that the northern Qi army heading south covered the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to tell how many there were. It was probably the entire strength of the northern Qi army in the south. The northern Qi people had come. The Zhangzhou guards were not very afraid. Although the enemy was powerful, they still did not feel a glimmer of fear. During these 20 years, the two sides had fought countless battles, and the northern Qi people had never gained any advantage. Even though the northern Qi general, Shang Shanhu, had been moved out of the northern gate by the northern Qi emperor, and had come to the south, he had not been able to advance a single step through the Qing army's tight defenses. The only thing that worried the Zhangzhou general was the man called Shang Shanhu. Since 20 years ago, after the Qing emperor no longer personally led troops, the only person in the world who could truly be called a god of war was probably this General Shang Shanhu. This was the glory he had obtained through his years of bloody battles with the barbarians in the north. These few years, the northern Qi army's morale and equipment were clearly far inferior to the Qing kingdoms, but they were still able to maintain a balanced situation in the Zhangzhou area. It was all because of this person called Shang Shanhu. He used soldiers like a god and was skilled in the art of splitting and thrusting. He did not truly exhaust all of his strength, but he managed to exhaust the Qing kingdom's two border armies here. After years of small conflicts and friction, both sides strictly guarded their borders and did not carry out any truly large military movements. In the eyes of the Qing kingdom, they were only making preparations and stockpiling rations and military equipment, waiting for the emperor's final order to send out troops. The emperor was still tidying up the court. The Qing kingdom's vanguard army was also waiting. They had not expected that before they could attack, northern Qi would come first. Based on previous years' practice, once autumn came, the two sides would stop harassing and probing each other. General Shang Shanhu would be summoned back to Shangjing for his annual vacation. Why had he suddenly returned from Shangjing this year? The ground slowly began to shake. The sound of the shaking was not loud, and the sound was not very shocking. The black lines on the distant snowy hills gradually drew closer in the direction of Zhangzhou. As the distance grew closer and closer, in the eyes of the soldiers on Zhangzhou, the countless black lines and the dark cloud-like military formation were gradually broken down into sections of military camps and into specific people. Wearing armor and holding knives and spears, the northern Qi soldiers with faces full of solemnity. The soldiers on Zhangzhou even felt that they could clearly see the frost on the northern Qi people's eyebrows, and their pale hands holding long spears. A tense and oppressive atmosphere quickly spread through Zhangzhou. Immediately after, it was accompanied by the low shouts of the officers. Messengers holding banners hurried back and forth between the dozen corner towers on the city walls. The Zhangzhou defending general put down the telescope the palace treasury had made in his eyes. His brows were furrowed deeply. He said to himself, "What exactly do these northern Qi people want to do?" The temperature on the top of the city walls was very low. The words he spoke immediately turned into mist and shrouded his face. Just like the densely packed northern Qi army and horses in the distance outside Zhangzhou, it hid the truth and made countless people feel confused. The defending general slowly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the northern Qi people with astonishing power below the snowy hills in the distance. It was as if he wanted to see through their true intentions. Did they really want to move south en masse? The defending general did not believe this because he believed that Shang Shanhu, a famous general of a generation, would not be so foolish. No matter how skillful the northern Qi generals were at using troops, they would not mobilize so many people to directly attack the Qing kingdom in the bitter cold of the end of autumn. This was a suicidal method. Attack the city? The Qing kingdom soldiers also did not believe it. Although the northern Qi army that had appeared outside Zhangzhou had an astonishing power, and was estimated to be 40,000 people, they did not have enough siege weapons. What did they have to take down Zhangzhou? There were 20,000 elite soldiers inside Zhangzhou waiting with their spears at the ready. "General, the northern Qi people have already penetrated deep into the country," an officer beside the Zhangzhou defending general reminded him. His brows twitched a little. It was clear he was angry at Zhangzhou's inaction. They watched as the northern Qi army invaded the country, yet the northern camp did not react at all. The Qing kingdom had not endured such humiliation in many years. The Zhangzhou defending general did not have any reaction. He knew that his conservative response these 2 days had already made many proud Qing kingdom generals angry. However, he knew he was facing Shang Shanhu. Particularly, the northern Qi military's sudden movement that came without warning like snowflakes made him very wary. He could not guess what the other party wanted to do. The northern Qi and southern soldiers split into 3 groups. Using great speed, they broke through the border between the 2 countries and invaded the area controlled by the Qing kingdom's northern camp. This was a large movement the northern Qi people had not made in 20 years. Yet, before this, neither the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council nor the military's own intelligence network had caught a whiff of it. Northern Qi's 100,000-strong army had forcefully entered the country. It appeared to be a powerful force, but it was impossible for them to directly break through to the south. However, every military operation always had a purpose. So, what was the purpose of Shang Shanhu's shocking action? There were 20,000 soldiers inside Zhangzhou, while the northern camp's powerful strength was scattered among the 4 camps with Zhangzhou as the center. In front of the city, the 40,000 northern Qi and southern soldiers were aggressive. But they had split up and entered deep into the Qing kingdom's territory. Was the other party not worried that the northern camp would move troops from all over to surround them? It was late autumn, cold, and heavy with dew. Northern Qi's lone army was advancing far away. There would certainly be major problems with logistics. As long as Zhangzhou was sealed and Shang Shanhu was drawn into attack, the 4 camps of the northern camp would quietly surround them. Other than rushing to retreat, what other choice did these 40,000 northern Qi and southern soldiers have? They couldn't get any benefits at all, yet they had to move so many soldiers and use up so much rations and energy. What exactly did Shang Shanhu want to do? The Zhangzhou defending general's brows were furrowed tightly. Looking at the northern Qi people who had already begun to set up camp in the distance, he sank into deep thought. He completely ignored the angry expressions of his subordinates. It was already the 5th day. Northern Qi's largest military operation in 20 years was unexpectedly met with the Qing kingdom's most patient response. The Zhangzhou defending general sealed the city and did not come out. The various camps of the northern camp only waited solemnly as they watched the northern Qi people step onto their land. However, they did not make any strong reactions. This was not in line with the Qing kingdom's pride and blood. Even the northern Qi soldiers, who were silently crossing the Qing kingdom's border and waiting at all times for a bloody battle with the Qing kingdom's army on the battlefield, felt a glimmer of surprise and strangeness. In a small city about 60 li from the border between the 2 countries, the headquarters of Northern Qi's military operation was set up there. In a private house that had been requisitioned in the city, charcoal was burning in a brazier. The red on the inside seeped through the layer of silver ash on the outside, filling the entire room with the warmth of spring. However, the high-ranking Northern Qi generals in the room were not warming themselves by the fire. They stood by a table and looked worriedly at the flattened military map of the south on the table. Occasionally, they would glance at the person sitting in the grand armchair. Shang Shanhu sat in the grand armchair with his eyes slightly closed. It was as if he was deep in thought or deep sleep. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes and asked, "It's been 5 days since the 3 roads entered the country. Has there been any movement from Zhangzhou?" The voice of Northern Qi's foremost general was not loud, but it was deep and powerful. "Commander, Zhangzhou is still locked in," a general replied respectfully. Following commander's orders, the 3 roads of troops have not gone deep, other than the one in Zhangzhou. Who would have thought that our counterparts in the south would be more patient than in previous years? Shang Shanhu stood up expressionlessly and walked to the side of the long table. Pointing at a certain point on the map, he said, "However, the Qing people are all proud and arrogant. Furthermore, this is a proper battle and cannot use tricks. The Zhangzhou defending general can at most hold out for another 2 days. It is impossible for him to wait for Jingdo's edict to arrive. He must go out to battle. Otherwise, he will not be able to explain himself to the Qing court. What if they remain locked in the city and refuse to come out? Shang Shanhu's trusted general asked worriedly. This time, we've used all of our strength. If the other party holds out for another 2 days, the 4 military camps of the northern camp will see through the truth of the other 2 roads and directly surround them. If we don't receive them in time, we'll probably suffer heavy losses. Not only did the generals of the Qing kingdom's northern camp not see through the truth of the northern Qi military's sudden movement, even the northern Qi people themselves didn't know why they were suddenly sending out troops. Furthermore, they were braving the bitter cold and such a large risk to go deep into Qing territory. Although this was indeed very satisfying as soldiers, they wanted actual results and not to pay thousands or even tens of thousands of lives just to walk in front of the other party's city and flaunt their might. Perhaps only the emperor in the northern Qi royal palace in Shangjing and the silent general Shang Shan who knew the inside story of sending out troops this time. But who in this world dared to ask them? Although we've been on the defensive these years, don't think of the Qing army as too terrifying. Shang Shanhu's palm landed steadily on the map. The Qing kingdom's northern camp uses Zhangzhou as the center. 5 days have already passed, and the other 4 roads of the northern camp have not come to reinforce them. It can be said that they have been stopped by our 2 roads of troops. It also means that the northern camp currently lacks a backbone. A disinterested smile rose to Shang Shanhu's face. The Qing kingdom's equipment and military power are far above ours. If Yan Xiaoyi was still alive 5 days ago, he would have given the order to abandon the other 2 gaps, surround Sangzhou, and swallow up my 40,000 soldiers. However, in the northern camp, who would give such a risky military order? Yan Xiaoyi died and Shi Fei came. Although that General Shi is not as good as Governor Yan, he is still a powerful figure. The Qing emperor was worried about him and moved him to the Jingdou garrison. Shang Shanhu smiled coldly and said, "Back then, the northern camp participated in the rebellion. The Qing emperor had many misgivings. How do the generals of the northern camp still have the ferocity and arrogance they once had under Yan Xiaoyi's hands? These years, the Qing kingdom appears to have been accumulating national power in preparation to invade the Qi kingdom. In reality, they have been harming their own national power, particularly in the northern camp. The Qing emperor is a remarkable figure. However, the remarkable figures under his command have died one after another." Shang Shanhu sighed as if he felt it was boring. "Since it is so, if my 100,000 soldiers go in and take a look, who can stop me? Being conservative is their best choice, but also their worst choice. It's also the choice they have no choice but to make. However, that clever Sangzhou general probably won't be able to suppress the northern camp's desire to counterattack for long. That is why it will be in 2 days." After Shang Shanhu said this, he walked out of the room, leaving behind the generals looking at each other. The wind and snow had risen outside the room. The snowflakes were not big, but they were fragmented and irritating. Shang Shanhu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the busy soldiers and logistics officials in the city. A complicated emotion rose to his face. He thought of the emperor in Shangjing and the last time the emperor had urgently summoned him to the palace and ordered him to send out troops at all costs to help Dongyi stabilize. The vanguard of the northern camp was to attract the border army in Yanjing to come to their aid and help Dongyi temporarily relieve the pressure. A chill flashed through Shang Shanhu's eyes. He thought to himself, even if that noble in the south was truly going to turn against the Qing emperor, was it really worth it for northern Qi to pay such a large price? Regardless of whether it was worth it or not, northern Qi would still have to pay a price for this military operation. Just as Shang Shanhu had analyzed, on the 6th day of the battle, the Qing military finally made a valiant response. 2 paths of elite soldiers in the northern camp formed a crab pincer and leaped toward Sangzhou. The other 2 camps sent out all of their troops. Braving the light snow falling from the sky, they charged toward the other 2 paths of northern Qi's army that had just entered the country. In just 1 day, 3 fires were lit. The wastelands in the north of the land immediately became a battlefield of slaughter. Riders charged, bowstrings strummed, arrows flew through the sky, and spears pierced through the wilderness. Fresh blood flowed, flames could be seen everywhere, and corpses lay in the filthy blood. The sounds of killing shot into the dark clouds in the sky. This piece of land, which had been silent for many years, finally became lively because of the Northern Qi army's brazen attack. The curtains were pulled back on the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of lives had been entangled. Everyone fought together with great vigor. However, this curtain was quickly pulled back by Shang Shanhu. Without a trace of blood on his body, the Zhangzhou defending general walked out of the city under the protection of a large group of trusted soldiers. He watched coldly from the side as his subordinates cleaned up the battlefield. He looked at the arrows stuck deep into the withered trees, and listened to the wretched cries of the wounded. His expression did not change at all. As a soldier, it was natural for him to fight for the emperor. However, there was always a chill in his heart that he could not get rid of. Even the joy of a Pyrrhic victory could not dilute it. After a night of forceful marching, the two reinforcements of the Qing army's northern camp finally formed an encirclement with the main garrison outside Zhangzhou. Before they had time to rest for a moment, they suddenly realized that the northern Qi army seemed to show signs of leaving. The Qing army was mighty. How could they allow the enemy to wander within their borders, and then leave so casually? An attack that was not fully prepared began. Fortunately, the border soldiers of the northern camp had fought for many years. The Qing kingdom's military power was very powerful. Thus, such a hurried attack was able to maintain a powerful force of attack. However, the northern Qi elites that Shang Shanhu had personally trained were not easy to deal with. After a large battle, the northern Qi army still maintained their formation perfectly after throwing down over 1,000 bodies. Using an unimaginable speed, they left the front line of the battlefield and valiantly threw down a few camps to abandon, not giving the Qing border soldiers any chance to give chase. This battle, no, it should be said that this strange battle had ended. The Qing kingdom had the geographical advantage and the advantage they already had, so they obtained victory. However, this victory did not achieve the results they had predicted. The northern Qi people ran too quickly. Looking at the captured supplies and rations, the Zhangzhou garrison general narrowed his eyes and felt a glimmer of coldness. He finally understood why he had not seen the northern Qi people's siege weapons at the beginning. Even if it was a trap, the other party should have at least brought a ladder. It turned out that from the very beginning, the other party was only prepared to fight a battle and then run. They did not bring any heavy supplies that were difficult to carry, and the entire army went into battle with light equipment. No wonder they did not collapse after the last encounter, and ran like rabbits. Why did they run? The highest-ranking general on the Zhangzhou side once again sank into deep thought. He knew he was not a match for Shang Shanhu. If he could truly understand Shang Shanhu's thoughts and have a clear target, he would not be as scared as he was right now after winning a battle. The next day, shocking battle reports came from the other two battlefields. The two groups of northern Qi elites had not gone far into the territory. At the same time that the Qing army outside Zhangzhou carried out a combined attack, the rest of the northern camp's military power also went out at the same time, and killed their way toward the enemy camp on the border. However, the two groups of northern Qi elites ran even faster. All of the generals of the northern camp became cautious. They didn't know what the famous northern Qi general was planning. Thus, they forcefully restrained their subordinates, and didn't allow the Qing Iron Riders to use the momentum of the counterattack to kill their way into northern Qi's territory. On the third day, a piece of bad news came. The 40,000 northern Qi elite troops that had escaped from the encirclement outside Zhangzhou, on their way back into northern Qi territory, strangely passed through to the east and entered Dongyi's Song Kingdom territory. They occupied a provincial city on the Song border. It was said that the troops in the Song Kingdom's provincial city did not put up any resistance. Dongyi also did not have any reaction. Thus, they allowed the 40,000 elite troops to enter the provincial city. This city appeared unremarkable and almost abandoned. In the past, no power had noticed this place. Now that Shang Shanhu had led his troops into the city, a large red dot appeared on the map. When the Qing military opened their eyes to take a look, they were shocked to find that this city happened to be right in the middle of the northern camp in Yanjing. It was like a fishbone that pierced all of the Qing soldiers and made them feel very uncomfortable. Was this Shang Shanhu's true intention? In the Battle of Tsangzhou, Northern Qi had lost and the Qing kingdom had won. It appeared so, but was this strange battle going to end just like that? After another dozen days, the Fourth Bureau of the Overwatch Council and the military's intelligence system simultaneously sent intelligence reports to the various generals in the northern camp. After the Northern Qi army of 100,000 pulled back into the country, they did not retreat and rest. Instead, they began to set up camp in the same place. Furthermore, from the depths of Northern Qi's vast country, they began to send all kinds of supplies toward the south in an endless stream. A storm was brewing. This was clearly the sign of a decisive battle. Additionally, Changshan, who had taken the unremarkable provincial city, the Qing military immediately became cautious. Without waiting for Jingdo's edict to arrive, they had already begun to make preparations to welcome the true battle. The battle might be next spring? In Yanjing, Commander Wang Jikuan was also forced to pull his attention back from Nyoto Mountain and turn it to the 40,000 Northern Qi soldiers above his head. He furrowed his brows tightly. He was furious in his heart. He had never thought that the variable Fan Xian had used would be collusion with the Northern Qi people. Immediately after, Jingdo's edict arrived and passed into the hands of the high-ranking generals in Yanjing and the northern camp. No one knew what the Qing emperor said in the edict. After the edict, the Qing kingdom's military power in the north began to rest, lie dormant and calm. Immediately after, the master of Dongyi, Yin Jilan, sent a message to the world. He expressed the strongest protest and anger toward the Northern Qi people's brazen invasion. He said that Dongyi would stand by the side of the Qing emperor and would deal the most violent and destructive blows to all invaders. The most terrifying 13 disciples of the sword hut in Dongyi suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone. Receiving the news, the defenses of Changshanhu's camp in the provincial city immediately tightened. Just as the chaos in the north of the mainland was gradually rising, the Northern Qi royal palace was peaceful. Imperial consort Li, who was greatly favored by the emperor, looked at the emperor lying lazily on the couch. Biting her lip, she quietly said, "Dongyi has been saved for Fan Xian. The emperor has paid such a high price. I really don't know what he can give to thank you." "Thank me?" The Northern Qi emperor laughed coldly and gently rubbed his stomach. "That shameless person who is full of evil tricks but always considers himself a saint will probably curse me in my manner for rashly starting a war." Chapter 724. Jean Daodu climbed up from the couch. Sea Lily helped him put on a gray-black cloak. Walking to the door of the palace, he looked at the snowflakes drifting down outside. The highest ruler of Northern Qi sank into deep thought. Northern Qi inherited the Wei Kingdom and liked black, green and other solemn colors. This 1,000-year-old palace built against the mountain was like this. The clothing he wore today was basically these two colors. His bare feet were wrapped in warm velvet shoes. He didn't know if they were warm. Snowflakes drifted past his slightly narrowed eyes and landed on the quiet ground. This palace was deep in the royal palace and not far from the Empress Dowager's palace. It was also not far from the little pavilion behind the mountain. It was very quiet. Without the emperor's permission, no random person was allowed to come close. There were very few eunuchs and serving girls serving to the left and right of this palace. They were all old servants that the Empress Dowager had brought up, so there was no need to worry about Northern Qi's greatest secret being leaked. Even in such a safe situation, the Northern Qi emperor still held her hands behind her back and stared calmly into the snow. There was not a glimmer of weakness. Perhaps for her, dressing as a man had long been something that she did not need to put her heart into or hide. Rather, she had long seen herself as a man, an emperor. This kind of aura had long seeped into her flesh and blood, and could not be separated. After Chen Pingping's death, there are only 3 people left in this world who have the right to place their pieces. A complicated expression reappeared on her face. The weather was slightly cold, and her cheeks were slightly red. However, there was no flirtatious feeling. On the contrary, there was a sense of killing. I had not thought that Chen Pingping would play such a game in the end. The Northern Qi emperor's brows furrowed. She let out a breath of cold air and said, "Only now do I understand why the imperial advisor cared so much about Chen Pingping's life before he died. He had long seen that if he wanted to force Fan Xian and his cheap father to turn against each other, only Chen Pingping would make the final choice. I don't understand why Chen Pingping would do this. What kind of hatred could make him do this? She laughed coldly. Presumably, it has something to do with that woman from back then. Lily slowly walked to her side and glanced at her worriedly. She handed over the small heater in her hand and quietly asked, "Does Fan Xian's list of 3 people also include him?" She was the granddaughter of the previous king of the Qing kingdom. Presently, she was the only favored imperial consort Li in the Northern Qi royal palace. Her relationship with the Northern Qi emperor was closer than many people had guessed. They were partners, companions who had grown up together, and people they confided in. Earlier, the Qi emperor had said that after Chen Pingping's death, there were only 3 people who had the right to place their pieces. Enping, Fan. The Northern Qi emperor gently stroked the slightly hot stove inside. He has a good mother and is hard on himself to have the power he has today. Don't underestimate his power. There are good things hidden in Dongyi. I the Qi gently, the Qi, the Li, the Fan, the emperor, he, the Qi, the Fan, the Fan, dynasty Fan Li and Long, either the A Fan, the Yin, he A Fan, E the Fan, the Northern Qi emperor faintly said. Just this alone proves that the power in Fan Xian's hands makes even the Qing emperor afraid. It's so cold. Don't stand at the door to the palace. Lily carefully looked at the emperor's expression. From the corner of her eyes, she imperceptibly brushed across his abdomen wrapped in a large cloak. The emperor was an intelligent and sensitive person. He immediately sensed her gaze. A glimmer of disgust immediately rose to his face. His cheeks tightened slightly. It was as if he was tightly gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger. Seeing the emperor's expression, Lily snorted and couldn't resist laughing out loud. I wonder what Sir Fan Jr. would think if he knew of your Majesty's current situation. That bastard is ruthless and powerful, but in his bones he is a rotten scholar. The Northern Qi emperor was merciless as he harshly criticized the man in the south. With a cold smile he said, "How naive, childish and muddle-headed the things he has done these few months. The situation has already developed to this point. Yet he still hopes to resolve the problem within the Qing kingdom. He still wants fewer people to die so that this matter can come to an end. In the end, he has underestimated the Qing emperor. Even if his old emperor is not a great grandmaster, how can his little tricks shake his position? He wants fewer people to die so that he can change the dynasty? This is truly preposterous to the extreme." The Northern Qi emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not listen to Lily's words. Leaving the palace door where the wind and snow had just begun to rise, he coldly said, "If I don't help him this time, Dongyi and the Yanjing camp will face off. Regardless of who wins or loses, I want to see how he will continue to pretend to be a wealthy and idle person in Jingdo." "Does your Majesty truly only want to help him defend Dongyi?" Lily's eyes shifted slightly as she asked quietly. The Northern Qi emperor's body froze slightly. It was as if he had not expected Lily to see through his other plans at a glance. After a moment of silence he said, "I am the master of Northern Qi. How can I harm my Qi army because of a man? Helping him is actually helping myself. If the Qing kingdom does not fall into chaos, the pressure on the Qi kingdom will be too great. Besides, the Qing emperor has always had thoughts of invading the north. Now that General Shang Shanhu is guarding the south, he will first test the waters, and then control the center. With preparations, it will always be easier in the future. I'm just a bit worried about Shang Shanhu," Lily replied with lowered brows. These words were not something a concubine in the back palace could say. However, as noble consort Li, many times, she was more or less like the Northern Qi emperor's strategist. The foreign enemy is powerful. Even if Shang Shanhu holds a grudge against me for working together with Fan Xian to kill Xiaoan. The Northern Qi emperor furrowed his brows slightly. As long as the Qing kingdom does not give up on invading the north, General Shang Shanhu will not forget the world because of a personal grudge. I am like this, and so is General Shang Shanhu. However, Sir Fan Jr. is already in a difficult situation in the south. Once the people of the Qing court see that General Shang Shanhu has sent out troops this time, and the connection to Dongyi. A glimmer of worry flashed between Sea Lily's brows. She involuntarily began to worry for Fan Xian. Of the 3 women in Shangjing who had connections to Fan Xian, Haiding Duoduo was far away on the grasslands. The emperor in the palace was scheming and cold and emotionless. He probably didn't care much about Fan Xian's life or death. However, Sea Lily couldn't help but worry about the man who was sometimes warm and sometimes cold. I have never worried that the Southerners would see the true purpose of the South trip this time. This cannot be hidden for long. At least, those who know the true state of the Qing court and Dongyi will certainly be able to guess. The Northern Qi emperor said coldly. Yanjing's Wang Jikuan will certainly be the first to guess. What is there to be afraid of guessing? Even if it gets out, there is no need to be afraid. Colluding with the Qi kingdom is a crime that even Fan Xian cannot bear. Hearing this, Sea Lily couldn't help but sigh faintly. So, Your Majesty has never given up on forcing him to come to Shangjing. However, if it really reaches that step, will he be able to come back alive? The wind and snow chilled people and made their faces flush red. The Northern Qi Emperor looked at the wind and snow calmly and slowly said, "If he is alive but refuses to come, for me and for you, what difference is there from him being dead? Duoduo shouldn't know of this matter." Sea Lily raised her head and looked at her. Aunt Disciple is on the grasslands, and the people in Xilyang Road have all died. It is not convenient to contact her. The Northern Qi Emperor lowered his head and looked at the tips of his feet. He was silent for a long time. His right hand suddenly rose and trembled slightly. It was as if he wanted to touch his abdomen. However, he didn't do this action for a long time. His fingertips curled up slightly. Finally, a glimmer of a feminine expression appeared. "Your Majesty, the military report has arrived. The officials are waiting in the closed pavilion." Outside the palace, an old eunuch urgently reported in a raspy voice. The South was currently at war with the Qing people. The military situation was tense. No one dared to make a mistake. For the first time, the Northern Qi people discovered that their army had finally bravely launched the first attack. Their mood was much different than before. Hearing these words, the Northern Qi Emperor abruptly raised his head. The glimmer of gentleness in his eyes had long turned into a cold calm. Sea Lily quickly tied a gold and jade belt around the waist of her large, black robe. She walked toward the outside of the palace. Her footsteps were steady, and she displayed the bearing of an emperor. Leaving the depths of the palace, Sir Lang Tiao and Friar He were already waiting quietly outside. In the 10th year of the Qing calendar, Dongyi submitted to the Qing kingdom in name. The situation of the world was about to undergo an irreversible change. However, a rain in Jingdo at the beginning of autumn pulled the situation back. Regardless of whether or not Fan Xian, who was in the middle of the whirlpool, had such deep and far-sighted plans, at least the present Dongyi was, in reality, under his and the great prince's control. It had to be said that it was only at this moment that Sigujian's final order truly displayed its greatest effect. Of the 13 disciples of the Sword Hut, other than Yun Jilan, who had become the master of Dongyi, the other 12, as well as the aces of the grandson generation, had all gathered under Fan Xian's command. Additionally, there were the 10,000 elite soldiers led by the Qing kingdom's great prince, and the 4,000 black knights Chen Pingping had left for Fan Xian. As long as Fan Xian and the great prince worked together smoothly, Dongyi would once again become an independent power. Regardless of how one looked at it, the trust and cooperation between Fan Xian and the great prince would not be broken so easily. This had already been well demonstrated during the Jingdo rebellion 3 years ago. After Sigujian's death, Dongyi maintained its independence. Presumably, this great grandmaster's spirit would also be pleased after his death. Other than Dongyi's own power, the key to achieving the present situation was the Northern Qi military's sudden autumn attack in the 10th year of the Qing calendar. This attack had caused the Northern Qi court to lose a great deal of power and rations. In the end, Shang Shanhu's miraculous hands had only coincidentally obtained a provincial city in the corner. It looked like the Northern Qi people had lost more than they gained. Immediately after, Northern Qi moved out and made it appear as if they were heading south in full force, forcing the Qing kingdom to prepare with all its might. A great battle seemed to be about to erupt next spring. This gave Dongyi and Fanxian at least half a year of buffer time. Regardless of how the Northern Qi Emperor, disguised as a man, hid her inner thoughts in front of Sea Lily, and only put the interests of the Northern Qi court and people at the forefront, she could not convince herself otherwise. Everything she had done was largely because of that man in the Qing kingdom. He had competed with her for a number of years, cooperated with her for a number of years, and fought for a number of years. In the end, he had become her first and only man. When the news of the battle in the north reached Jingdo, it was already the beginning of winter. This year, Jingdo's weather was unusual. The autumn rain was even heavier. It was as if all the moisture in the sky had been pushed down. After winter, there were no clouds in the sky. It was bleak and cold, but there was no snow. Without the Overwatch Council, Baowa Brothel's intelligence reports were, after all, marginal information. Fanxian did not know the true inside story of the battle in the north. However, this did not stop him from analyzing it and coming to a conclusion close to the truth. Different from what Zhang Daodu had expected, the eruption of the battle did not make Fanxian angry. In the end, he was not a true saint. He was just a normal person. He knew that the female emperor in the north was helping him, so it was difficult for him to be angry. He was just a bit gloomy. The reason for the gloominess between his brows was complicated. Perhaps it was because he had discovered that he had no way of influencing the thoughts of the Northern Qi royal family. Even if he had their greatest weakness, she was in the end an emperor. She would have her own thoughts. Another reason was the attitude of the palace after this matter. Northern Qi invading, then retreating, not withdrawing, and preparing for war. These 4 consecutive attacks were all to help Dongyi take some of the pressure off. Any major figure with sharp eyes could see this. Thus, some people also understood Fanxian's role in all of this. Although not many people understood this, and it did not affect the discussions among the Qing people, the silence in the royal palace still caught Fanxian by surprise. The major figures in the Qing kingdom were shocked by Fanxian's influence, and that he was able to have Northern Qi send out troops to help, such as Duke Lu, who rarely came to the manor a few days ago. That night, Lady Lu's father, Duke Lu, who had been silent in court for many years but still had some power, spoke sincerely and earnestly with Fanxian for an entire night. He was Lady Lu's biological father, and could be considered Fanxian's ancestor. Fanxian had always been respectful to Duke Lane in the capital. Although this duke rarely left the manor, at critical moments, he always stood on Fanxian's side. Although Fanxian was silent in the face of his lecture, he did not refute it. As a soldier of the Qing kingdom, Duke Lu was shocked and fearful of the faint connection between the battle in the north and the Fan Manor. However, the matter could not be made clear, so the old man only came to the manor to warn Fanxian and remind him. Even someone like Duke Lu, who did not care about worldly affairs, was beginning to fear the role Fanxian might play. Why was the palace still so calm? Fanxian did not believe that the emperor would be shocked by the strange changes in the north. He also did not believe that even if his powerful Northern Qi aide was exposed in front of the emperor would feel some fear. The emperor needed a battle. How could he be afraid of Northern Qi's invasion? However, this kind of quietness and silence was indeed unusual. The cold air gradually condensed. Jingdo's first snow finally floated down. The beginning of winter coincided with the winter solstice. Dumplings began to be cooked in large pots in various private residences in Jingdo. The business of slaughtering sheep in various shops was extremely good. The delicious taste of mutton soup seemed to rise from every corner of the streets. Prince Hutching's manor, which had been silent for a long time, opened its main doors wide. Honored guests had arrived, but it was still unable to be lively. The people who came were always the same. The imperial soldiers responsible for guarding outside Prince Hutching's manor watched the activity in various places with vigilant gazes. The purpose of these imperial soldiers was, to a greater extent, to guard this manor. The matter of the great prince defying the emperor's will and not returning to the capital had not been made public. Only a few officials in court knew that a prince leading an army outside had disobeyed an edict. This matter was extremely disgraceful. However, for the face of the court and the Li royal family, the court temporarily maintained its silence while the Yanjing camp was unable to enter Dongyi. No one was willing to relax their guard on Prince Hutching's manor. Fan Xian held Shunning's small hand and walked into Prince Huching's manor with a face full of smiles. He walked side by side with Wang Fei toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Once Lin Wanner entered the manor, she was pulled away by Yi Ling. No one knew what this pair of close friends were going to talk about. Sir Fan Jr. truly always has astonishing actions. Prince Huching's face was without might. She was only tranquil. Presently, she was like a hostage and did not leave the manor for many years. Today was the rare winter solstice, yet, she had invited these young people in the most delicate situations in Jingdo. Fan Xian, his wife Yi Ling, Princess Rojia, Prince Huching's Wang Fei and secondary Fei Wang Tong. This was already most of the people in the Qing royal family. Other than the third prince deep in the palace, the younger generation of the Li royal family had all gathered in the manor. Unfortunately, these young people's situations were not good. The great princess must be joking, Fan Xian replied evenly. If we are talking about the matter outside Songzhou, I think you should know better than me that the young emperor in the north is not someone I can move. Wang Fei looked at him with a complicated expression and faintly said, "It is precisely because I know my brother's personality that I don't understand how you were able to persuade him to send troops to help you." "I think there is no need to bring this matter up," Fan Xian replied with a smile. Fan Xian smiled and replied, "At least it is a good thing for the great prince far away in Dongyi. However, Wang Fei, you are alone in Jingdo. If there is anything inconvenient, please tell me." Wang Fei smiled slightly and bowed solemnly. Although the present situation was unpredictable, she knew that she had once made a mistake. She could not make such a mistake again. Her husband and the young man in front of her were already tied together in Dongyi. The Yanjing camp is pointing its sword at Dongyi. I wonder how Wang Tong feels in the manor? Fan Xian saw that Shunning by his side could not walk anymore. He picked her up and asked Wang Fei. The little girl did not understand what the elders were talking about. She opened her large eyes curiously and looked back and forth between Fan Xian's and Wang Fei's faces. Although Tong Er's personality is a bit arrogant, she is in reality a naive and unaffected child. She just finds it a bit boring. Sometimes, when I ask her to go to the Yi Manor, she is overjoyed. She had thought of going to the Fan Manor to have a look. As you know, it is not convenient. I understand. Fan Xian smiled slightly and looked at Wang Fei. At the beginning, I had thought that with Wang Fei in the manor, the young lady of the Wang family would not have any problems. This is all because of you. Oh right, Ma Suasua still does not have a status. She is getting older. A glimmer of sadness flashed through Wang Fei's brows. The great prince was far away in Dongyi, far away, fighting against the court as an equal. Her life as a hostage in Jingdo was wretched. Yet, there was still a childlike secondary Fei in the manor, as well as a naturally outspoken girl who did not understand the ways of the world. It made it difficult for her. Fan Xian sighed and said, "How can I care about these things now? Although it was I, the official of Taichung Temple, who made this up, you and I both know that in the end, it was only the emperor's will." Having said this, it was pointless to say more. Coincidentally, the two of them had already crossed the wooden bridge over the lake and reached the center of the pavilion. The sides of the pavilion were all glass windows that let in the light, but not the wind. There were a few heaters, and the air was like spring, making one feel comfortable. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the four girls talking together in the corner of the pavilion. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. One winter solstice, Fan Xian was summoned into the palace as the princess's son-in-law. Under the Empress Dowager's icy gaze, he ate a meal of mutton soup without much interest. It seemed that it was still that year when the great prince opened the manor to entertain guests. It was in this pavilion that, other than the crown prince, all of the young people of the Li royal family had come. The second prince had also come. Now the Empress Dowager was dead, the second prince was dead, the crown prince was dead, and those who should have died and those who should not have died were all dead. There was only Fan Xian locked in Jingdo, the great prince separated from Dongyi, the third prince isolated in the palace, and these 5 girls. All of his descendants were secretly standing on the opposite side of him. Did he really think that he had it easy? Fan Xian couldn't help but think of the emperor in the palace. He stood in a daze at the entrance to the pavilion, and was silent for a moment. The hot pot was sent in. Everyone ate the meal in silence, probably thinking of something in their hearts. Fan Xian sat by Rojia's side. Like a warm and amiable older brother, he asked about her well-being and helped her boil the mutton in her bowl. Of the girls in the pavilion, Rojia was probably the weakest and most pitiful. Although there were rumors in the palace that Prince Jing would return to his manor in a few days. Thinking of a girl who had endured alone in Prince Jing's manor for months, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel pity for her. Without the servants in the pavilion, everyone spoke more casually. Even Wang Tong, who was cautious and unfamiliar with interest in her eyes, did not feel left out. Fan Xian rose to go to the corner of the pavilion to pick up some charcoal. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yiling follow him. I know you care for Wang Tong, Fan Xian said quietly as he stood and gazed at her. What would Wang Chan's future end be? Would she become a young widow like Yiling? No one knew. Yiling sighed. She was no longer the charming girl who rode through the streets of Jingdou. Teacher, are you just going to keep messing around with the emperor like this? Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, You're killing me with your questions. However, I'm afraid the emperor doesn't even have me in his eyes. In a few days, perhaps there will be news from the west. Help me ask around and see if there are any movements in the Bureau of Military Affairs. Father will not let me interfere in matters of politics. I'm not Sunpin. Yiling glared at him. Shortly after, her expression darkened slightly. I don't know what you're doing. I just want to give you a piece of advice. P.S. Let's just say a few words. I'm still sick, dizzy, and uncomfortable. However, after finding out that I was third in last year's monthly votes ranking, I naturally became happy. I have to thank everyone, because this is the monthly votes that everyone cast. Thank you so much. Also, I must thank Third Young Master Tang. A long time ago, Third Young Master Tang reminded me about the annual rankings. That's why I've been working hard to get votes since July, and thanks to everyone's love and help, I've managed to get into the top 3. Top 3, right? If I'm wrong, then I've really dropped a lot. I heard that third place is the Australian and Singapore duo. I want to ask thee about this and see if I can get a discount. Chapter 725. The things that need to be said have already been said by many people. There's no need to say anything more. Fan Xian smiled and patted Yiling's shoulder. Between the two of them, there was never anything to worry about. Yiling did not raise her brows out of habit. On the contrary, the expression on her face dimmed slightly. There are always discussions in the family that burrow into my ears. Although I don't want to hear these things, Father is very angry about what happened in the north. She looked at Fan Xian, wanting to say something but then stopped. A moment later she said seriously, After all, you and I are both Qing people. Fan Xian nodded and didn't say anything, but his smile was slightly bitter. After the member of the Qinian unit he had sent to Dongyi met with Mu Feng, he passed on his will, causing the turmoil in the Liang kingdom to reignite. From there, he thought of a way to resist the court's edict and allow the great prince to stay in Dongyi. However, Northern Qi's reaction was truly beyond Fan Xian's expectations. Calculating the time, Wang Qinian should have just arrived in Shangjing. In the message he had him bring, there was no intention for Northern Qi to send out a large number of troops. He only asked the little emperor to help Dongyi for the sake of their relationship. There were many ways to help. Northern Qi's method was, without question, the most open and honorable. It was also the kind that put Fan Xian in the most awkward position. He broke free from his thoughts. As he picked at the coal, he quietly chatted with Yiling. He wanted to understand from the bits and pieces of conversation in the Yi manor whether or not there was any movement from the Bureau of Military Affairs. The emperor's reaction to the northern battle was too indifferent. It was so indifferent that Fan Xian smelled a glimmer of danger. However, he didn't know where this scent landed. A few days after the winter solstice, the Fan Manor held another family banquet. This time, the family banquet was not like Prince Huqing's manor, where the younger generation of the royal family were invited. It was a pure family banquet. Other than the master of the manor, The only guests were Fan Xian's 4 disciples. Yang Wanli had been thrown into prison from his position as Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works. He had received heavy punishment in prison. After the Supreme Court's verdict, he had been taken back to the manor by Fan Xian to recover. Even now, it was difficult for him to move. The resentful expression on his face had long faded. He just sat quietly to the right. Of Fan Xian's 4 disciples, the one who climbed the fastest was Cheng Jialin. He had already become the Suzhou Zhizhou. Now that he had been implicated by Fan Xian, he had also tragically fallen from power. The 2 great crimes the palace had given him of visiting prostitutes and invading the mausoleum were truly too severe. He was forcefully taken back to the capital. During this month, Fan Xian had rushed back and forth for him. He had exhausted a great deal of energy. Finally, he had saved his life, but he had also lost his position. It seemed that he had no future. Cheng Jialin sat below Yang Wanli listlessly, sighing. There were 2 tables in the flower hall. The women were all at the table behind the screen. Only Fan Xian and Yang Cheng sat at the table outside. They did not move their chopsticks. They were waiting for someone. There were 2 tables in the flower hall. The women were all at the table behind the screen. Only Fan Xian and Yang Cheng sat at the table outside. They did not move their chopsticks. They were waiting for someone. Outside the flower hall, snowflakes floated lightly in the Fan Manor's garden, waiting for the people who had returned. It was Shi Chanli, who had left the Qing kingdom these years to carry out Fan Xian's will and unify the brothels under the sky. Shi Chanli entered the hall. He didn't even brush off the snow on his body before he first bowed deeply to Fan Xian in the main seat. He then bowed to his teacher's wife through the screen. Only then did he turn around. Looking at Yang Wanli and Cheng Jialin, he laughed bitterly and went forward to hug these 2 friends he hadn't seen in a long time. Presently, he and Sangwen were in charge of Baiwa brothel together, so he knew most of the news under heaven. He also knew of the tragic encounters these 2 friends had had in the past few months. Everything needed no words. Just a hug was enough to express the feelings of separation and comfort. You're not feeling well, so don't get up. Shi Chanli very consciously sat below Cheng Jialin and spoke to Yang Wanli, who was about to get up and speak. Although he was now one of the wealthiest merchants in the world, and could be considered a hero no matter where he was, the habits he had developed from wholeheartedly studying the books of sages had not changed. In particular, the regret in the depths of his heart made him naturally envious of the experiences of Yang Wanli, Cheng Jialin, and Hou Jichang. He also thought that as a merchant he should sit at the very bottom. Yang Wanli and Cheng Jialin met each other's eyes and smiled bitterly. They couldn't be bothered with this pedantic fellow. They turned their heads and chatted idly. No one talked about their tragic encounters these few months. No one went to criticize the court wantonly because they didn't want their teacher, Fan Xian, to worry about these things. After waiting for a while, no one came again. The expressions of the people at the table began to become awkward and ugly. Cheng Jialin looked at Fan Xian's slightly focused expression and muttered, "Perhaps it's because the snow is heavy and they were delayed on the road." Yang Wanli pressed his lips tightly together and sighed. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and drained it in one gulp. Shi Chanli glanced at Fan Xian with confusion and said, "According to the news I received, Jichang should have returned to the capital 7 days ago. However, the court did not convict him and just let him be." Fan Xian raised his brows and smiled. It is the end of the year. Many officials and colleagues have banquets and invitations. It is normal for them to not be able to come in time. Although he said this, he still couldn't help but feel gloomy. Hou Jichang had returned to the capital a few days ago, but he had not come to Fan Manor to visit. The spies in the court had also gotten wind of this. It seemed that the palace had no intention of punishing him. All of this already made it clear. In such a country, betraying one's teacher for glory was not unheard of. However, Fan Xian still did not feel good in his heart when it happened to him. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the 3 people at the table. A complicated emotion rose in his heart. Shi Chanli was originally still in the Song Kingdom. This time, he had taken the risk to come back to the capital to see him. There was no need to mention Yang Wanli. Fan Xian had always thought that Cheng Jialin, who had already become the Suzhou Jizhou, had a weak personality and was not very trustworthy. Unexpectedly, he would rather have his position taken away than betray him. Unexpectedly, Ho Jichang did not come. I heard that Scholar He's manor is also holding a banquet today. Shi Chanli's expression was a bit ugly. Before you came to the capital, the two of them were known as the leading scholars of Jingdo, and once had some personal friendship. Young Wanli gritted his teeth and said in a dark and angry voice, "What a Jichang!" He abandoned darkness for light quickly. When I see him another day, I must give him a good sigh of praise. These words were sarcasm. Cheng Jialin could only smile bitterly. A moment later he sighed faintly and said, "Back in the Tongfuan, Jichang told me that even when Sir Fan Jr. was walking, he should not notice the rainwater on his umbrella dripping into the oil pan of the peddlers. Such a person who loved the people was the one we should follow. Who would have thought that he, After a sigh, Fan Xian smiled. Calling for the three of them to start eating, he said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. Besides, I am unable to work in court. Jichang wants to work for the people. It is normal for him to be closer to Scholar He." His words were calm. No one could see the coldness in his heart. Fan Xian actually knew that of Fan Xian's 4 disciples, the one he had favored the most was Ho Jichang. However, the affairs of the world were strange. He didn't know if something had gone wrong with Fan Xian's arrangements, or if it was a matter of luck. Of Fan Xian's 4 disciples, young Wanli had done a meritorious service in repairing the dikes. Cheng Jialin had sat in the position of Suzhou Jizhou at a young age. He was also one of the 7 gentlemen of the New Deal that the emperor had personally summoned into the palace. Although Shi Chanli had not entered officialdom, his identity as the owner of Baiwa brothel was glorious. Only Ho Jichang remained in Jiaozhou, and was unable to fulfill the ambitions in his heart. Now that Fan Xian had lost all power, Sir Ho was probably dissatisfied, and was forced to find other ways. It was not that Fan Xian did not understand this. He was just unhappy, particularly unhappy at Scholar He, who was also holding a banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, they chatted about the things they had done in their positions these years. Young Wanli talked about how the shining white silver had become the huge rocks and earth on either side of the Yangtze River. Cheng Jialin talked about how he had protected the border and people as Jizhou, how he had used Sir Fan Jr.'s help to take care of the salt merchants and royal merchants, how he had helped his teacher's wife raise money to enter the Hangzhou conference, and how many poor commoners he had helped. Shi Chanli smiled as he talked about what he had seen and heard under heaven, as well as the slightly better lives of the miserable women in the brothels. He also told an interesting story. It was said that in the back of some Baiwa brothels, there was a statue of Sir Fan Jr. worshipping Sir Fan Jr., because he had protected the lives and safety of many girls. After these words were said, everyone other than Shi Chanli spat out their wine. Although the 3 of them were chatting about their own matters, they were all related to Fan Xian. They talked about some of the things Fan Xian had done in his life that were beneficial to the country and the people. Fan Xian was not a saint. He was only a mortal, so he was a bit happier. He smiled and looked at the 3 of them. After a moment he said, "Wanli has been living in the manor these days. In any case, he doesn't have a proper home in Jingdo. Jialin, your family is still in Suzhou, so you might as well move into the manor." Once their teacher spoke, the 3 of them fell silent at the same time. They put down the chopsticks in their hands and looked at him. "I have made arrangements for the Suzhou family matters. Don't worry." Fan Xian looked at Cheng Jialin and said warmly, "Just get through this period of time. I called you here today, because I was afraid that you would have resentment toward the court and me and harm yourselves." He laughed bitterly and said, "Of course, looking at it now, I don't need to worry about Jichang's side. But you know that I don't ask anything of you except for those 8 words. So even if the imperial court wants to find evidence of my crimes from you, it's impossible. Jichang has his own considerations, but I don't think he will betray me out of nothing." Fan Xian's expression calmed. He slowly said, "The 4 of you followed me to be officials under heaven. That was a time of peace, so I needed your efforts. Presently, the world is not at peace, so I needed you to endure silently. I know you want to help me, so I have privately gone to find some colleagues I am on good terms with. In the future, don't do this. My matters are not problems that the officials of the court can solve. Cheng Jialin smiled bitterly and agreed. They all remembered clearly the 8 words Fan Xian had left them when they had been sent out. Be good people and be good officials. Since I can't be an official, then be an honest person. There was a hidden pain between Fan Xian's brows. The emperor had knocked everyone by his side into the dust. He had truly made him look left and right, and was badly battered. This move was truly too vicious. After the family banquet, Yang Wanli and Cheng Jialin went to the residence in the back garden to rest. Fan Xian left Shi Chanli behind. He had traveled thousands of miles to summon Shi Chanli back to the capital not for something as simple as a meal. There were only the 2 of them left in the study. Shi Chanli no longer had to hide anything. He angrily cursed Ho Jichang. Fan Xian shook his head and said, "In the end, Jichang is only a scholar and an official. Even though he has just learned to curry favor, how could he know that he has made a big mistake?" Shi Chanli's heart chilled. He knew too many of his teacher's secrets. He knew that his teacher was not just a simple powerful official. His teacher's power was beyond his position of power. Ho Jichang's betrayal had, in reality, angered a ruler in the dark. "Don't worry that I will kill him. I don't have the leisure to do that." Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly. "How is the matter I had you investigate? There are no abnormalities in Dongyi or the north. There is no conflict with the flames of war on the surface," Shi Chanli added. He then replied seriously to Fan Xian's question. "The matter of Gong Dian leaving the capital is indeed strange. The Bureau of Military Affairs sent a transfer order to Nanzhao 2 months ago. However, the level of secrecy is very high. The tower has only gotten wind of it. Without the cooperation of the council, a lot of the information can only be touched on the surface." "Nanzhao? What's wrong there?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows and asked. "Commander Ye's son is on the front lines in Nanzhao. According to court practice, there is currently no fighting in Nanzhao. The new master has already succeeded the throne for 3 years. That border army should be halfway back to the capital to report." Shi Chanli glanced at him and continued. "Based on the time, they should have already arrived in Jingdo to see the emperor, and then returned to the various camps. However, that border army still has not arrived." "You mean they might have gone west?" Fan Xian's heart jumped. He suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. He shook his head and said, "How could such a large movement of military power be hidden from everyone? If we had focused our attention on the south at the beginning, even if it was the southern front of Weizhou, with Wu Mei's help, perhaps we would have been able to find some movement," Shi Chanli said with self-blame. "However, Baiwa Brothel has been paying attention to Jingdo, Dongyi, and northern Qi these few months. We haven't sorted through the intelligence reports there carefully enough." "It has nothing to do with you. That's what I'm focusing on." Fan Xian rubbed his temples with a headache and said to himself, "Yi Linger's brother. That bastard is not in Jingdo for a long time. I'd forgotten there was such a person. Based on the time, if the Nanzhao border army had truly turned back and passed Jingdo without entering, if they had truly gone west, wouldn't they have already reached Dingzhou?" Fan Xian raised his head and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with unease and tiredness. He knew he had made a big mistake. However, he had been under house arrest in Jingdo, and the Overwatch Council was under Yan Bingyun's watch. It was indeed impossible to accurately grasp the movements of the Qing Kingdom's military power, just by relying on Baiwa Brothel. Gong Dian left the capital, and went to Dingzhou to summon Crown Prince Hongqing back to the capital. He took with him 10,000 Jingdo garrison and 2,000 imperial soldiers, Shi Chanli reminded him. "This is something that was discovered earlier." "I know that." A feeling of defeat rose in Fan Xian's heart. His palm gently slapped the desk and sighed. "I just did not think that the emperor would be so generous. He actually moved troops from the far south and crossed thousands of li. The army changed defenses. Is he not afraid that the world will fall into chaos?" Hearing these words, Shi Chanli's body froze. He forced himself to calm down and analyze. For the court, the new Nanzhao ruler is young, and there are many powerful officials in the country who are inclined toward the Qing kingdom. There is no need to be on guard. It is enough to leave half of the army in the south. As for Yanjing and the northern camp situation in dealing with northern Qi and Dongyi, although it looks like it is because of the aftermath of the rebellion and the fact that the northern camp does not have a commander, in reality, there is no danger. Thus, for the emperor, as long as he can pacify Xiliang and there is no more cause for chaos, he can fully prepare for the northern expedition. To pacify Xiliang, we have to deal with the people on the grasslands. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and sighed gently. He knew that he had been completely calculated by the emperor. In the end, he had not escaped the emperor's grasp. An indescribable sense of tiredness and disappointment filled his body. It made him sit woodenly in the chair, unable to move. He finally knew why the emperor maintained such an indifferent attitude toward the battle in the north. He was not angry or wary at all because of the possible collusion between northern Qi and Fan Xian. The emperor had long sorted out the possible actions of his illegitimate child, and had focused all of his attention and power on the west. The emperor did not dance with Fan Xian's plans. On the contrary, he took advantage of the situation and smashed his fist viciously toward Dingzhou. "We must immediately inform the crown prince," Shi Chanli said with a pale expression. Fan Xian sat tiredly in the chair. A moment later he said, "It's too late." A chill pervaded the grasslands in winter. The wind came from the north and passed through the North Sea, carrying with it some moisture. It had long been wiped clean in the barren deserts to the northeast of the grasslands. It was dry and cold. The autumn grass on the ground had long disappeared. What was left was only sand and frozen earth that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was so hard that even the hooves of the horses felt uncomfortable. If it had been a winter in the past, birds looking down from the sky might have been able to find some moving and alluring green beside some lakes. Today, they couldn't even find these pitiful habitats. The eyes of these cold-resistant birds, who did not want to go to the south for the winter, were completely red. The frozen and dried grass was blood red. The round gravel was blood red. The sand that crumbled with a pinch was blood red. Even the bodies of the voles that crawled out of their caves seemed to be blood red. This was the mouth of Hong Mountain, a place one had to pass to enter the Qing territory from the grasslands. The mountain rocks were all red. However, the red today was not a strange color bestowed by the heavens. It was dyed red by the Hu people on the grasslands and the Qing soldiers. There were corpses and fresh blood everywhere. The earth-shaking battle cries that had startled the voles out of their caves and startled the birds into the sky had gradually stopped. However, cruel battles were still going on beside some barren hills. Some stubbornly resisting Hu tribe warriors had gathered into a few small circles. Under the siege of the Qing soldiers, who outnumbered them 10-1, they shed the last of their blood. A year ago, the Dingzhou general, King Jing's heir, Li Hongqing, had received the Black Knights and Fan Xian who had escaped from the grasslands at the mouth of Hong Mountain. At the time, he had hoped to be able to carry out a beautiful ambush here. However, the Hu people were not stupid. They never gave the Qing army such an opportunity. If it had been in the past, in such a cold season, the countless tribes of Xi who would have followed the banner of the king's tent and slowly avoided the cold air. They would have advanced deeper into the grasslands until they reached the foot of the mountain that could not be climbed. After they had endured the bitter cold of this year, they would once again cover the grasslands in the early spring of the second year. Xi who rarely chose to launch an attack on the Qing kingdom's Xiliang road in the middle of winter. In the past, other than tribes that had lost power in the fighting on the grasslands and would crazily try to cross the border to steal the winter rations of the Qing kingdom's soldiers and civilians, there had never been a major military operation. This year was different. For some reason, Sir Hugo, who had inherited most of the left virtuous prince's cattle and sheep warriors, suddenly led his tribe to the east and bravely, or rather recklessly, launched an attack on Qing kingdom's territory. What confused the Xi Hu people even more was that the great chief, the far-sighted chief, expressed his approval of Hu Ji's actions after thinking for a day and night in the king's tent. He then braved the bitter cold to send out the most elite grasslands iron riders in an attempt to pass through the mouth of Hong Mountain, go around Qingzhou, and directly attack the interior of Xiliang. No one would have thought that in the wilderness near the mouth of Hong Mountain, there would be 20,000 Qing iron riders and 70,000 Dingzhou soldiers lying in ambush. These Qing soldiers seemed to have long known the direction of the Hu people's attack on the grasslands, the number of people attacking, and the time of the attack. Most terrifyingly, they had predicted that Shi Hu would brave the bitter cold to attack this year. The Hu people's attack was completely unreasonable, and the Qing army's ambush was even more unreasonable. When these unreasonable things were put together, they created the great Qingzhou victory that would be recorded in the history books. This was a battlefield where tens of thousands of people sacrificed their lives. The side of a barren hill was already filled with corpses. Fresh blood flowed through the sand. This group of Hu tribe warriors had fought to the last man, and were surrounded by the Qing army. From the earlier battle, the Qing military officer knew that this person was one of the few aces on the grasslands. Thus he stopped urging his subordinates forward. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and coldly prepared to shoot. "Are you surrendering or not?" A cold voice echoed through the cold grasslands air. Hu Gu, covered in wounds, breathed heavily. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the Qing soldiers. Suddenly he let out a loud cry and stabbed his knife into his chest, so deep that the hilt disappeared. Hu Gu died, but his eyes were still open, looking hatefully at the sky. Even if he died, he would become a resentful spirit and ask the young man in Jingdo who had caused all of this without reason and bloodshed why. Why was all of this? Chapter 726. In the cold sky, an eagle was flying. It was not afraid of the arrows of the humans below. Fearlessly it glided down. Gliding across the battlefield that stretched for several li, it clearly saw the bodies of the Hu tribe soldiers who had died under the enemy's knives, spears, and crossbows. The fresh blood that gradually seeped into the sand and red earth, as well as the stimulating smell of iron and blood. The Qing army that had set up an ambush at the mouth of Hong Mountain began to clean up the battlefield and organize their formations. Even the most elite Dingzhou army had paid a heavy price in a great battle with the grassland's main force. The eagle flapped its wings and flew a little higher. Then, it was alarmed to discover that a group of Qing light cavalry had silently attacked from the direction of the Shidahai meadow in the northeast. There were at least 4,000 people in this group. Following the natural rise and fall of the sand dunes and meadow, they silently advanced into the depths of the grasslands. A strange cry was heard as the goshawk seemed to have sensed the cavalry's killing intent and fearsome aura, so it flew higher into the cold clouds. After flying for an unknown period of time, it finally broke through the clouds and zoomed toward a small hill beside a lake. There were thousands of grasslands Shihu soldiers on this small hill. Mixed among them were some northern warriors who had moved from the snowy plains in the north. However, this group of soldiers were clearly people who had escaped with great difficulty from the battle at the mouth of Hong Mountain earlier. Their morale was very low, and many of them were already injured. Chief Su Bida's lips were dry, but there was no blood on his body. He looked coldly in the direction of the mouth of Hong Mountain in the distance. He knew that the Dingzhou army there was reorganizing and would not be able to rush over in a short amount of time. Presumably, the Qing people would not go deep into the grasslands in pursuit. He glanced at the warriors of the court around him. Seeing the injuries on their bodies, he thought of the great battle at the entrance of Hong Mountain. His eyes grew cold. Once the grasslands entered winter, they rarely used soldiers. This was something that Shihu and the Qing kingdom were already used to. The biggest reason was that the weather was cold, and the ground was frozen. They had no supplies, so it was difficult for the Hu people to use their methods of coming and going like the wind and leaving like lightning. This winter, the chief had listened to Hu Ji's suggestion, and gathered the most elite knights in his hands to begin an attack on Shiliang Road. It appeared to be an unwise choice, particularly with the wretched situation at hand. It seemed to further prove this point. But who was Chief Su Bida? 30 years ago, the Chanyu royal court, which was declining day by day, produced a person like him. He was able to survive and grow stronger in the cracks between the left and right virtuous princes, and he wisely accepted the barbarian cavaliers from the snow and ice in the north. He broadened his mind and absorbed the people from the central plains into his court. If it weren't for this era, if the eastern continent didn't have so many outstanding people, Chief Su Bida would have undoubtedly grown into a wise ruler of the grasslands, a figure whose might shook the world. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Su Bida's gaze pierced through the hill and landed on the Hu woman on the horse at the top of the hill. His expression became extremely complicated and downcast. Chief Su Bida had his own way of thinking as to why he had chosen to take the risk of attacking Shiliang Road in the cold of winter. He knew that the Qing court was currently in internal chaos. The emperor and his most favored officials were in a cold war. As for Hu Gu, the corners of the chief's eyes narrowed slightly. Like an eagle, he gazed in the direction of the distant Hong Mountain Pass. He thought to himself that Hu Gu, who dared to betray the grasslands and collude with the Overwatch Council, should already be dead. What a stupid person. How many of those who came into contact with the Overwatch Council could live smoothly? In this year, the chief Yu had already investigated what Hu Gu had relied on to rise up on the grasslands. Thus, he guessed why Hu Gu would choose such a winter to attack Shiliang Road. Chief Su Bida cared a great deal about the political rumors in Jingdo. With just a little calculation, he guessed that it must have something to do with Sir Fan Jr., who had lost power. The last time Fan Xian entered the grasslands, he had cleaned out most of the spies the grasslands had sent out. The power of the court had been severely damaged. In the end, Fan Xian had still managed to escape with a few hundred black knights right under the chief's nose. This reality made Su Bida feel endless humiliation, particularly each time he looked at Songji Xianling. This humiliation was even harder to bear. This winter, Hu Ji's fake attack on Shiliang Road was an opportunity for the chief. After a long conversation with Songji Xianling, he rejected the princess' suggestion for him to be cautious. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to beat Fan Xian at his own game. Using the momentum of Fan Xian wanting to use foreign troops to help the position of the Dingzhou general, he gathered the power of the grasslands and attacked Shiliang decisively. This was a clever plan. Presumably, the Dingzhou general Li Hongcheng had also received Fan Xian's news and thought that Hu Gu was faking an attack. He would not have expected the chief to take advantage of the situation and launch a large-scale attack, catching them off guard. Who would have thought that there would be more than 100,000 Qing elite soldiers gathered around the mouth of Hong Mountain? This was a most shameless ambush. After this battle, Hu Gu had been ambushed and killed. The court and the right virtuous prince's troops had suffered heavy casualties. At least 20,000 strong grassland soldiers had lost their lives on the Red Earth. Thinking of the pain of the battle earlier, the chief's eyes narrowed even more, and his heart grew colder. He squeezed his horse's belly and came to Songji Xianling's side. In an icy voice he said, "You said that he was only borrowing the grassland soldiers to help Li Hongqing stabilize his position." Haiding Duoduo did not turn around. The fur coat on her body shivered in the cold wind. As the chief, such a risky gamble should never have been made. I have never truly trusted him. However, I think this time has nothing to do with him. He is just a pitiful pawn that has been killed by someone else. The two of them fell silent at the same time. To be able to clearly calculate Fan Xian's response, and the Hu people's strategy of beating them at their own game, and to have planned it long ago, resulting in a crushing defeat the grasslands had not experienced in 30 years, there could only be one person in the Qing kingdom with such great foresight and eyes on the world. In front of the Qing emperor, it seemed that all of the scheming were just the prelude to the killing move in his chess game. The eagle finally landed on Su Bida's cold outstretched arm. The sky was cold and the ground was frozen. After flying in the cold clouds for a while, the animal shivered in the cold. The color of the feathers on its body appeared particularly dim. Su Bida's pupils constricted. In a low voice he said, "There are thousands of light riders coming from the northeast." He said in a cold voice, "The Qing people are planning something big this time. I don't know which general dared to send another powerful army deep into the grasslands after this battle. In such cold weather, do these Qing people still have the extravagant hope of capturing the court in one fell swoop?" Although he said this, the chief was still shocked at the valiance of the Qing army and the determination they displayed to destroy everything. Although there were still thousands of grassland men around the lake, they had just experienced a great battle and were tired and low. If they were to face the 4,000 light riders who had been accumulating power for a long time in a head-on charge, victory or defeat would be obvious. Su Bida viciously cursed the Qing people for being despicable. They did not give him any chance to rest. As a king, he did not allow his angry emotions to destroy his reason. In the first instant, he had already sent out a warning to his subordinates at the bottom of the hill. Immediately, the court warriors around the lake immediately began to move. They moved quickly. It was impossible to see their earlier injuries and low moods. "Are you going with me?" The chief turned his horse's head and turned his head to glance at the Hu tribe woman on the hill. "I'm going to the Qing kingdom." Haiting Duoduo lowered her head slightly. Her eyes never left the mouth of Hong Mountain. Her expression was calm, but her voice revealed a glimmer of self-blame and self-reflection. She could see countless resentful spirits rising up in that direction. Because of Hu Jiyi's trust in a certain person, her trust in a certain person, and the chief's trust in her, tens of thousands of soldiers on the grasslands had been surrounded by the Qing Iron Riders. There were heavy casualties. Broken limbs and heads littered the ground like dead wood in a rotting swamp. This hellish scene on the battlefield made even her heart waver involuntarily. Only in that moment did the present leader of Tianyi Dao realize that, among thousands of soldiers and horses, one person's power was actually very small and could not change anything. "I want an explanation. If I can't, I have to give you, as well as these people who died, an explanation." After Haitang finished speaking, she gently squeezed her horse's belly and turned into a streak of light smoke. Riding down the hill, she headed in the opposite direction of the sun. The words Fan Xian had asked Hong Yiqing to bring to her had already been delivered. Because of the matter between Shilyang and the grasslands, Haitang could not leave at the moment. At this moment, she had to go to Jingdou. Chief Subida didn't turn his head to look at the streak of dust again. With a stern cry, he led his remaining soldiers and advanced deeper into the grasslands. He believed that as long as he returned to his true home, the Qing light riders leaping at him like wolf cubs would no longer be a threat to him. In the west of the grasslands, of the 10,000 northern man iron riders who only obeyed Songji Xianling, 7,000 were still alive and waiting for him. Compared to the strange battle in the north of the mainland, the battle in Shilyang Road between the Qing kingdom and the Hu people was, without a doubt, more far-reaching and important in history. The beginning of this battle was actually a series of orders Fan Xian had the Qinian unit send out in a small courtyard in Jingdou that had been bought for over 100 liang of silver. It was because of these orders that Hu Ge led the left virtuous prince's old subordinates and pretended to launch an attack against Shilyang Road. Chief Subida's hawk-like eyes saw the relationship between Hu Ge and the Overwatch Council's Fan Xian and took advantage of the situation to act. Unexpectedly, all of this was within the Dingzhou military's expectations. The large net at the mouth of Hong Mountain had reaped countless Hu lives. After this battle, the left virtuous prince's troops were completely wiped out. The court and right virtuous prince's troops suffered heavy losses and lost all their prestige. The various tribes on the grasslands began to grow restless. Chief Subida's budding ambition to establish a country with the help of northern Qi's Tianyi Dao, Songji Xianling, was shattered. For decades, the grasslands would be in chaos. There would be no opportunity for unification. The great defeat of Shi Hu in this battle had far-reaching effects. History called it the Qingzhou Great Victory. Other than the battle at the mouth of Hong Mountain, there was another important reason for the endless unrest on the grasslands. It was the 4,000 light riders that had been discovered by the Eagle. A young general had planned the entire battle of the Dingzhou army ambushing the elite Shihu troops. Furthermore, this general had abruptly left the battlefield at the mouth of Hong Mountain the moment the battle began. As the commander, he led the 4,000 light riders hidden in the east and launched a continuous half-year chase toward the remaining soldiers of the court. This chase was carried out in the ice and snow and galloped across the wasteland. Regardless of whether it was the pursuers or the deserters, they all lived unusually cruel lives. In the end, this chase had beaten Chief Subida until he lost all of his courage. No matter what, he was unable to make contact with the 7,000 northern man iron riders scattered in the far west. Passing through winter, spring wind, snow and long grass, this jaw-dropping chase continued for 5 months. When the last remaining strength of the chief's court finally made contact with the last 7,000 iron riders Haiting Duo had left on the grasslands, The brave and heroic Qing light riders finally withdrew from the grasslands. In the 5 months on the grasslands, this group of only 4,000 light riders burned, killed, and plundered along the way. They destroyed countless Hu tribes. Using iron-blooded methods and discipline, they maintained a difficult chase through the grasslands. By the time they returned to Qingzhou in the spring of the second year, there were only 800 of the 4,000 left. The commander of this group of iron riders that had completely changed the situation in the west of the Qing kingdom and completely dispelled any thoughts of Shi Hu invading the Central Plains was actually the commander of the Qingzhou victory. As a high-ranking general who should have been in the tent giving orders, he had bravely lowered his rank and entered the grasslands in pursuit. Other than the Qing emperor's meticulous planning, this young general was the truly powerful figure in the Qingzhou victory. Chief Su Bida's defeat at his hands was not undeserved at all. This young general was called Yuan. He was the eldest son of Commander Yi Zhong, head of the Bureau of Military Affairs in the Qing Kingdom, and the brother of second Wangfei Yiling. He was the person who had left the Dingzhou army at the age of 17 and gone to the front lines in Nanzhao. While Yuan was holding down the fort in Qingzhou and commanding the deployment of the battle at the mouth of Hong Mountain, killing the Hu people until they cried out for heaven and earth, the highest military commander in Xiliang Road in name, General Li Hongqing, was under house arrest in the general's manor in Dingzhou. Also in the manor with him was Gong Dian, who had left his position as commander of the imperial army and had come to Dingzhou to take over. Military reports from Qingzhou flowed endlessly into the general's manor. Gong Dian and Li Hongqing sat on two sides, silently looking at the military reports and not saying a word. The troops entering battle near Qingzhou were basically the headquarters of the Dingzhou army in Xiliang Road. They were all border soldiers born and raised there. The Yi family had operated here for decades. Other than the great prince's expedition to the west, where he was still able to leave some influence, the Yi family was like the emperor of the Dingzhou army. Presently, the emperor had moved the eldest son of the Yi family back to Dingzhou to lead these old Dingzhou soldiers in a ferocious attack. Of course, there was no problem in cooperating. The half of the Nanzhao border army that made Fan Xian's heart tremble did not actually surge into Dingzhou as he had imagined. Instead, it stopped in the north of the Tsang Mountains to the west of Jingdou. Then it chose one of them to enter Dingzhou. There were not many of them, but it was enough to control the general's manor. The handover of military power in Dingzhou was not actually a handover of soldiers. It was just a handover of generals. The eldest son of the Yi manor entered Dingzhou. With the cooperation of the imperial army and other powers led by Gong Dian, he easily took military power from Li Hongqing's hands. If everything had gone according to Fan Xian's plan, if there had not suddenly been a young general, Yuan, who used soldiers like a god and the Dingzhou army saw as their own, then when Hu Ge led his people to attack, Li Hongqing could have taken the opportunity to keep him in office for another year and a half. It was very quiet in the general's manor. After a long silence, Li Hongqing calmly said, "When it comes to marching and fighting, I am not as good as Yuan." Gong Dian raised his head and glanced at him. A moment later he replied in a raspy voice, "Yuan grew up in the Dingzhou army. From the age of 3, he had practiced martial arts on horseback and controlled battle formations. However, he was impetuous in his youth. He resented his father forcefully suppressing his achievements, so he abandoned Dingzhou and joined Nanzhao. No wonder there is so little news of this person in the capital." Li Hongqing nodded. Gong Dian sighed and said, "Back then, Commander Yi suppressed his achievements because he was too young and had too much military service. He was afraid it would arouse fear." After all, the old Qin master's eldest son had died a violent death in the camp. Qin Heng was also not as good as him. Li Hongqing looked at the military report in front of him and shook his head. Commander Yi is well aware of the art of blending with the light. No wonder he was able to hide such an outstanding son for so long. The Dingzhou army's wish in this life is to pacify Shi Hu. Gong Dian was also a general from the Dingzhou army. He gazed at Li Hongqing and said, "It is only right and proper to be loyal to the emperor. Regardless of what the world thinks of the Dingzhou army, for the benefit of the emperor and the Qing kingdom, we are willing to do anything." Li Hongqing laughed bitterly. He knew these words were referring to Yi Ling, Er's marriage to the second prince. In the end, the Dingzhou army had changed sides during the Jingdo rebellion, giving the second prince the heaviest blow. I don't know what Fan Xian has said to you in private, but if this time, he led in the enemy to invade just to protect your position as general. Gong Dian's eyes narrowed. Coldness surged. I find Fan Xian's actions shameful. Li Hongqing raised his face and gazed calmly at Gong Dian. Who do you think I am? Who is Fan Xian? Since I dared to have Hu Gu come, I have my ways. Even if Yi Wan hadn't come, do you think I would have let the Hu people take advantage of me? In the end, it is something that hasn't happened. There is still room to turn around, Gong Dian said. I think the emperor must be extremely disappointed in Sir Fan Jr. He paused and then continued. After the crown prince returns to Jingdo, please help me take a message to Sir Fan Jr. I have always admired him, but this time, I am somewhat disappointed. A man is born between heaven and earth. How can he use the blood of soldiers as a bargaining chip? Li Hongqing took a deep breath and gazed at Gong Dian with a not quite there smile. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, in the end, you still don't understand Fan Xian. If he was truly a person who built his success on tens of thousands of bones, if he truly did not care about the lives of Qing soldiers, then the Qing kingdom would probably have long become a tattered shirt riddled with holes. No matter how great and astute the emperor is, how could he stop him from ripping apart the shirt from the inside? You underestimate his ability. You also underestimate his character. Gong Dian was silent, but there was a faint chill in his heart. He didn't know that in front of the emperor, Sir Fan Jr. had already suffered a great injury. Could he still have the power to retaliate? Although the battle at the mouth of Hong Mountain was an ambush, they had faced tens of thousands of grasslands riders who were like wolves and tigers. The Qing court, or more accurately, the Qing emperor, had put a great deal of effort into this. One secret edict removed Li Hongqing's military power. Another secret edict gave the eldest son of the Yi manor, Yi Wan, full authority to command. As the saying goes, don't doubt the people you use and don't use the people you doubt. The emperor's confidence, or gamble, in that young general ultimately won a complete victory. Victory required a foundation and soldiers. In order to defeat the Hu people on the grasslands, all of the soldiers in the military camps inside and outside Dingzhou had been moved out. The entire Dingzhou army had gone out. Adding on the Qingzhou army, only then did they obtain such a result. Presently, in Dingzhou, the group of soldiers Gong Dian had personally brought, as well as a small portion of the Nanzhao border soldiers Yuan had left behind, maintained order and peace. Li Hongqing silently returned to his manor, and stared at the large map in a daze in his study. He then said to the guest who had been accompanying him the entire time, I am about to return to Jingdo. I will send you out of Dingzhou. As for how you will escape in the future, that will depend on your ability. The guest was silent for a moment and then said, I thank you on your behalf for your great kindness. This person was Fan Xian's trusted aide, Deng Ziyu. He was fully responsible for the matter of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council stationed in Shiliang. After the upheaval in Jingdo, Deng Ziyu had become a figure the court had to capture. No one had thought that he would be so daring as to hide in the general's manor. In the Qingzhou victory, other than the emperor's bright eyes and General Ye's godly use of troops, the Overwatch Council was also fully mobilized. Yan Bingyan has been in Dingzhou the entire time. Presumably, Jingdo doesn't know. Deng Ziyu sighed and then said, Sir Fan Jr.'s plans have all fallen into the emperor's calculations. Now that things have come to a head, I cannot betray the interests of the Qing kingdom and go inform those Hu people. I trust that Sir Fan Jr. and I also have the same thoughts. Li Hongqing was silent for a moment and then said, I suddenly feel that Gong Dian's words are reasonable. No matter what Fan Xian does, in the end, he is not the emperor's match. He is also unwilling to let the Qing people sink into a wretched situation. Since it is so, why bother? Chapter 727. In the winter of the 10th year of the Qing calendar, General Li Hongqing had won a great victory in Qingzhou. He had been summoned back to the capital. At the age of 30, he became the deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs with incomparable glory. However, the people who sang praises of the great Qing kingdom in Jingdo could clearly see that the position of the deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs was actually just an idle position. Under Yi Zhong's suppression, it was impossible for the heir, Li Hongqing, to be like he was in Dingzhou and have completely his own martial power. No one forgot that the previous person to ascend to the lofty position of the deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs at such a young age was Qin Heng. That person's fate was not very glorious. After Li Hongqing returned to the capital, he immediately entered the royal palace to see the emperor. In the royal study, the emperor did not vent a glimmer of anger toward him. Instead, he only calmly talked about the scenery of Xiliang. However, the crown prince looked at Fan Ruoruo beside the emperor. His mood sank to the bottom. Leaving the royal palace, Li Hongqing went to the Bureau of Military Affairs to hand over his mission and set a date for his return. Li Hongqing returned to the manor and saw King Jing, who had just been released after being under house arrest in the royal palace, as well as his weak and pitiful sister. The family of three sat together in silence. The old prince sighed repeatedly and patted Li Hongqing's shoulder. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. You were able to last until today before returning to Jingdo. This can be considered giving the other side an explanation. Although he said this, Li Hongqing still personally went to the Fan Manor that night. He knew how high Fan Xian's hopes for him were. Although he had stubbornly resisted the emperor's edict and Gong Dian's pressure in Dingzhou and managed to drag it out for a few more days, in the end, he was still summoned back wretchedly. He had to personally give Fan Xian an explanation. No one knew the conversation between this pair of friends in the study in the back garden of the Fan Manor. Presumably, they were just expressing their apologies to each other. The palace did not seem to be very interested in this conversation because no one stopped Li Hongqing from entering the manor. I also didn't think things would develop like this. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. Standing, he hugged him and gently patted his back before seeing him out of the study. Before Li Hongqing left the study, he turned around and glanced at him worriedly. Deng Zi, you should have escaped, but I'm afraid quite a few of your Qinian unit died on Xiliang Road. After all, this is a matter of your institute. I don't know the inside story. I hope you can control your emotions. I don't know who the traitor is. Perhaps it was just one of the 3 meetings, and the people in the council found out. After all, this time, Yan Bingyun is personally holding the fort. Facing this person, I don't have much confidence. Fan Xian's expression was a bit gloomy. But relax. I've never been too interested in things like revenge. I just feel a bit panicked. If even you feel flustered, then I advise you to behave yourself for the time being. Li Hongqing shook his head and refused Fan Xian's intention to see him out of the manor. Like a father comforting him, he patted his shoulder forcefully, lifted his clothes and walked out of the manor. Watching Li Hongqing's slightly lonely figure disappear from the winter garden, Fan Xian was silent for a long time before he turned his head and sat back down in the grand wooden chair in the study. Earlier, Hongqing had relayed Gong Dian's evaluation of him. That evaluation made Fan Xian involuntarily feel a touch of bitterness in his mouth. If one truly looked into it, Fan Xian's arrangements in Dongyi and Xiliang did indeed have this intention. Without a doubt, this intention could not stand on a moral level. A man should be happy with gratitude and enmity. How could he use the blood and lives of soldiers as a bargaining chip? No one could truly understand what Fan Xian was thinking. He did not want too many innocent people in the world to lose their lives because of his battle with the emperor. That was why he had chosen this arrangement. The Qingzhou victory was a perfect manifestation of the emperor's deep planning and foresight. Regardless of whether it was Hu Ji's feint attack or the chief's reaction, all of this was a foundation that the Overwatch Council, or rather, Fan Xian, had spent a great deal of energy to lay down. This foundation had been ruthlessly and calmly used by the emperor. Fan Xian did not feel any closeness to the Hu people on the grasslands. The corpses on the fields in Xiliang Road, and the burned houses would only make him clap his hands in praise of the Qingzhou victory. The problem was, this victory had easily destroyed all of Fan Xian's arrangements in Xiliang Road. If Li Hongqing still wanted to delay and not return to the capital under these circumstances, it was the same as seeking death. Fan Xian felt a deep chill and admiration for the emperor's methods and abilities. A cowardly thought that was difficult to resist grew in his heart. You heard it all. This matter has nothing to do with me. Fan Xian pressed his hands against the desk and closed his eyes tiredly. Having returned to the central plain, Haiteng Duoduo, who had once again put on the flowery jacket, appeared behind him. After the battle at the entrance of Hong Mountain, she had moved out at about the same time as the group in Dingzhou. Li Hongqing had returned to the capital quickly, but he was still a day later than her. Presently, the palace's surveillance of the Fan Manor had relaxed a great deal. How could they stop the northern Qi sage girl from quietly entering the manor? It had already been a year since they had seen each other. Haiteng looked silently at the young man in the grand wooden armchair, thinking to herself, actually, the other person's age isn't that old, but why does he look so old and heavy now? There's a trace of exhaustion on his face that can't be brushed away. Thinking of what had happened in the Qing kingdom these days, and the dead director of the Overwatch Council, Haiteng suddenly understood why Fan Xian appeared so tired. Because of the words you had Hong Yiqing bring to me, many people died on the grasslands, Haiteng said. Fan Xian opened his eyes and laughed coldly. I only had the court agree to Hu Ge sending out troops. I had not thought that the chief would take advantage of the opportunity. Haiteng did not explain to him that she had once tried to suppress Su Bida's ambitions. Lightly she said. In the end, it was still the Qing kingdom who took advantage. Fan Xian was silent. A moment later he said, You don't need to worry about how the news got out. I sent 2 people to Shilyang Road. Hong Yiqing has still not been able to gather the people from the 4th Bureau. It is clear that Ziyu was being watched by the council during the handover. Speaking of this, he took a deep breath and suddenly thought of the young general of the Yi family mentioned in the intelligence reports. It was said that the young general had led 4,000 light riders into the grasslands to chase after the remnants of the chief's court. Fan Xian couldn't help but admire this person's courage. Thinking of the cold of winter and the fact that they were deep in the grasslands, he was afraid that these 4,000 riders would never come back alive. Those barbarians who moved from the north to the grasslands, do they still listen to your orders? He raised his head to glance at Haiteng. You are, after all, the princess of the snowy plains. You are also respected by the chief on the grasslands and have a high status. Presumably, you have some power. Haiteng furrowed her brows slightly. A glimmer of anger flashed through her eyes as bright as the North Sea. Coldly she said, At this time, you are still worried about the life and death of the 4,000 light riders? No wonder you are a powerful official of the Qing kingdom. Why don't you think of the tribes on the grasslands that have lost all of their young men, and have no power to resist? I am a Qing person, then a Central Plain person, and finally a human, Fan Xian replied with his head lowered. Just as you say, Su Bida's ambitions were too great this time. He took away large numbers of young men from the various tribes. The grasslands are already empty of power. After the Qingzhou battle, the 4,000 light riders killed their way into the grasslands. As long as the snowy plains man riders left in the west of the grasslands maintain their distance, they may actually come back. She who is finished. If the time is right, the tribes you moved from the north to the grasslands may be able to take advantage of the situation and rise. Fan Xian lightly tempted Haiteng. Fan Xian lightly tempted her. You must accept this reality and then make use of it. I am not like you. There are many things that I know are beneficial, but do not conform to the principles in my heart, so I am unable to do them. Haiteng lowered her eyelids slightly and replied in a quiet voice. However, your words right now truly surprise me. You are clearly a ruthless person who holds yourself in high regard, and does not prioritize the interests of the Qing kingdom. Why do you have such a request? If I truly did not consider the interests of the Qing kingdom, or even the entire world, why would I still be suffering in this manner? Regardless of whether it was to throw away hot blood or to hide from the world, I would have done it a long time ago. When did you become a saint? I am not a saint. It is just that at a certain stage in life, when the highest level of desire for power has been satisfied, I will place more emphasis on spiritual considerations. Furthermore, I do not like to be seen by others as a cold-blooded and heartless scum, who only knows how to use the blood of soldiers. In the end, you are still a hypocritical and selfish person, Haiteng said as she looked at him. She then placed the little knife in front of him. Fan Xian replied expressionlessly, "If this counts as hypocrisy and selfishness, I think all the people in the world would thank me for being a vain person. I know your emperor is a woman, so consider it as me blackmailing you." Haiteng's body shook slightly. She looked at him and didn't speak for a long time. The entire study was immersed in an oppressive atmosphere. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said with some difficulty, "Actually, there are many times when I need someone to help and give advice. Originally, it was Yan Bingyun and Wang Qinian who played this role. Now Yan Bingyun has become his peer official. I have arranged for Lao Wang to leave. I have no one to ask. I am not an immortal. Facing him, I have no confidence at all. With no one to help me, I am truly helpless." "Are you acting pitiful in front of me?" Haiteng said sarcastically but was slightly startled. She sighed and said, "What do you want to ask?" He then drank a mouthful of cold tea to moisten his throat. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. With a serious expression he said, "My sister is in the royal palace, my entire family is in Jingdo, and the loyal subordinates who rely on me and believe in me are in the shadow of this country. I have power, but it is difficult to shake the foundation of this court. I also don't want to shake this foundation and let the moss, ants, and rabbits basking in the sun fall to their deaths. My opponent has great power, cold rationality, and extraordinary planning ability. He has the loyalty of the vast majority of people in this land. Most importantly, although I know from the news that came out of the palace after the rain in early autumn that he gradually came down from the altar and began to become like a mortal, leaving behind some emotional emptiness, I still believe that his blood is cold enough and his heart is strong enough. Once I truly act, the people I want to protect will truly no longer exist. In the past, I was very afraid of death. Now I am not so afraid of death." Fan Xian said a long speech, and then continued to seriously conclude. "But I am very afraid that the people I love and protect will die. Can you help me resolve this problem?" Haiteng was not silent for long. Very straightforwardly she said, "I cannot." Fan Xian spread out his hands and let out a long sigh. "Look, there is no one in this world who can help me resolve this problem. What do you mean by him coming down from the altar?" Haiteng was clearly very interested in this matter. She didn't know where Fan Xian's judgment of the Qing emperor came from. Fan Xian gently placed his right hand on the position of his heart and said with a not quite there smile, "After all, the heart of a father and son is connected. You can't sense some small changes, but I can. He had me stay in the manner to do these things, and then break them one by one for me to see. Although he demonstrated the power of an emperor, don't you think this is actually very troublesome? He had too many ways to make all of this disappear without a trace. However, he didn't do this. He was angry with me, angry with Chen Pingping, and angry with my mother. A person who originally had no meridians and was heartless has now learned to be angry. Don't you think he is becoming more and more like a normal person?" Fan Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Presumably, this is also the result the old cripple wanted to cause when he went to die. But you still have no way to change this trend." Haiteng sat in the chair and lowered her head slightly. "You've been sitting in Jingdo for a few months, but have thrown the cause of chaos everywhere under heaven. Your thinking is actually very simple." She raised her head and stared at Fan Xian's bloodshot eyes with her bright eyes. Heavily she said, "Presumably this is also part of Chen Pingping's plan for revenge. First he shakes the world, takes advantage of the chaos to force the emperor to abdicate, and then strikes like lightning. However, you have not obtained the Qing emperor's trust as he imagined. This is your pitiful vanity causing mischief. At the same time, you also have no way to act viciously against the world. This is your pitiful hypocrisy causing mischief. You should understand that although your personality appears sinister in reality, in the end, you are not an ambitious and ruthless person. There are many things you cannot do." Haiteng blinked slightly and put away the frightening cold light in her eyes. Calmly she said, "Since it is so, there is no other word that can describe what you are doing now other than naive and childish. In the end, you still do not have the confidence to face him head-on. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and said, "Who would have this confidence? During these few months, I was only backing him and trying to warn him. Thus, I maintained a situation that could collapse at any moment, and did my best to protect the people by my side. If it wasn't for the emperor remembering that I didn't give up and throw half of the Qing kingdom into chaos, do you think Yang Wanli, Cheng Jialan, and the people in the first bureau would have survived?" He raised his head and stared at Haidang. "I had to prove my strength to be able to protect these people's lives. Correct, at the final juncture, I still had to compete with the emperor face to face. I did not have that confidence, so I have been waiting for someone to come back." The blind great master. Haidang did not ask. Instead, she straightforwardly said this name that seemed to have a magical power. You cannot always place your hopes on the elders who once supported you as you grew up. Regardless of whether it is your mother, Chen Pingping, or Minister Fan, they have already done too much for you. Haidang looked at Fan Xian. A glimmer of pity suddenly rose in her heart. Have you ever thought that if the blind great master never comes back, what is the point of you tormenting yourself in Jingdo? Haidang advised Fan Xian with a serious expression. There are many things you have to do yourself. Regardless of whether you have this confidence or not, the situation has already forced you to this step. Since you cannot be indifferent to your mother and Chen Pingping's deaths, then you will never be able to play his good official and son again. Fan Xian suddenly felt these words were very piercing to the ear. He furrowed his brows and raised his hand to stop Haidang from speaking. In a low voice he said, "You have never personally experienced his power, so you can easily say the word confidence." Haidang sighed and said, "But how much longer can you wait?" He did not even think about the commotion you and the emperor made in Sangzhou. Instead, he directly led his troops to the west, and easily wiped out all of the hidden dangers there. Next would be Jiangnan, and then Dongyi. No, perhaps he wouldn't even care about Dongyi and would directly head north. Once the situation develops to that point, all of your power will have been completely uprooted. Other than hold up in Jingdo like an idle person, watching him walk step by step toward the peak, and watching him laugh coldly at the souls of your elders, what else can you do? He can't touch Jiangnan. If he touches that place, I will have to move. Once I move, the entire Qing kingdom, including him, will feel pain. I don't know what you did in the palace treasury, but I believe that a figure like the Qing emperor would not care about any losses for the sake of the obsession in his heart, Haidang said. At this moment, a voice rang out from the shadows of the study. It was icy to the extreme. The emperor, that bastard, was never human. How could he know the feeling of pain? The person who spoke was the shadow that had floated in Jingdo like a shadow these few months. Immediately after, another direct and steady voice rang out, as if it also wanted to convince Fan Xian. I don't understand much about things like self-confidence. If I really have to draw my sword, I will tell myself that I have to be confident. The person who spoke was 13th Wang, this staunch last disciple of the Sword Hut. Even when faced with the unfathomable great grandmaster, the Qing emperor, he remained calm and stubborn. Just as Fan Xian had analyzed before, the emperor's, or rather, the Qing kingdom's, greatest weakness was the lack of top-notch individual martial power. Those once powerful figures had all died one by one in the Qing kingdom's internal strife. More than half of the 9th-level aces stood in Fan Xian's camp. Even the Qing emperor did not dare to underestimate such power. If Yunakong, the Qin father and son, Yan Xiaoyi, and other aces were still alive, then the Qing kingdom could truly be said to be a military camp forged from iron. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He didn't directly reply to the persuasion of the 3 top aces in the study. Instead, he furrowed his brows and said, I don't want you all to die to his hands. Furthermore, this is, in the end, my business. In the deep winter of the 10th year of the Qing calendar, Fan Xian was like a wild beast trapped in a snowstorm. He was anxious, gloomy, and uneasy. He watched helplessly as the powerful emperor used schemes and foresight that far surpassed his own to slice off his left and right arms one by one. He watched helplessly as the Qing court methodically marched toward the achievement of unifying the land, yet he was unable to do anything. In front of the Qing emperor, Fan Xian, who had always been good at hiding himself, finally lost his confidence for the first time. He didn't know how to defeat such a powerful figure. Thus he was waiting. He didn't know if the person he was waiting for would return. In order to ensure the safety of himself and those beside him while he waited, he was doing his best to do something. Jingdo was unexpectedly calm. According to the intelligence Baiwa brothel had painstakingly obtained, Fan Wujiu of Scholar He's Manor, once the second prince's strategist, had been injured in a surprise attack and had since disappeared. However, He Zhongwei had not been implicated in this matter. Fan Xian felt slightly disappointed. He finally understood that who the scholar, that old fox, was not so easy to use. What made Fan Xian feel even more defeated was that news finally came from Jiangnan. It was not good news. The transmission of information in this era was always slow. So slow that it made one angry. The news Fan Xian received in December was, in reality, something from a month ago. The Palace Treasury Transport Company had received a secret edict from the palace. According to the plan, they had begun the preparations for the opening of the treasury bidding next spring. However, this year, the bidding process of the palace treasury had undergone a shocking change. It had changed the bidding of preparing silver to the bidding of the court's evaluation report. This change directly changed the palace treasury's authority to invite merchants from the court, and the merchants to completely become the court's arrangement. In other words, when the palace treasury bidding opened next year, whoever the court wanted to win the bid would win. Thus, even if the Ming family led by Xia Qifei had the secret support of Zhaoshang Money House and Taiping Money House, they might not be able to continue their past glory. This was, without question, a heavy blow to Fan Xian's power. The rules of the palace treasury bidding had been fixed ever since the 3 large workshops were built. Regardless of whether it was the old Yi family or the later palace treasury, no one dared to lightly change this rule. The change this winter was, without question, a humiliating setback. Everyone knew that the emperor's edict would have an inestimable adverse effect on all of Jiangnan's commercial activities. Unexpectedly, the Jiangnan merchants did not band together to resist this muddle-headed edict. On the contrary, the Lingnan Xiong family and Chuanzhou Sun family maintained their silence. A few salt merchants began to itch to try. As everyone knew, a number of the disciples of those salt merchants had died to Sir Fan Jr.'s hands during the spring examinations. Chapter 728. It was not easy to live in Jiangnan. How deep was the snow in Jiangnan? The repeated secret edicts of the Qing court threw all of Jiangnan into chaos. The snow, which was not heavy, added an endless chill to the tens of thousands of common people. All of the large merchants felt the pressure and murderous aura coming from Jingdo. The Xiong family of Lingnan and the Sun family of Chuanzhou had always been on good terms with the Fan family. Under the pressure of the court, they did not dare move. As for the salt merchants who had always been under the protection of the court nobility, and had been stealing the wealth of the world from the side, they began to grow restless. The change in the way the palace treasury invited business had fundamentally attacked the power Fan Xian possessed. Everyone could see this clearly, particularly Xia Qifei, as Fan Xian's representative in Jiangnan, and the current head of the Ming family. He felt the imminent danger. Given the Ming family's influence in Jiangnan, and most importantly, the survival of the Ming family would affect the lives of the people in Jiangnan. It would make the court have some fear when they acted. At least, they would not directly force the Ming family to death in the 11th year of the Qing calendar. If the Ming family truly fell apart, the court would not receive any benefits. However, this trend was already set. If the situation continued to develop like this, in a few years, the Ming family would gradually be marginalized and gradually swallowed up by the other dozen or so Jiangnan merchants supported by the court. Behind Xia Qifei were the lives of tens of thousands of people. He had no choice but to be cautious and prudent. Furthermore, the long conversation that night with the Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, made it clear what the court wanted of him. After that night, Xia Qifei sank into deep thought. He had to choose between Sir Fan Jr. and the court. It was because of this vexing thought that after he received the Qinian unit's notice, he did not choose to immediately sneak into Jingdo to meet with Fan Xian. It was not that he had begun to waver. Rather, he knew that Fan Xian had asked him to enter the capital to assess his loyalty. The present situation did not give Xia Qifei the time to demonstrate his loyalty. The situation in Jiangnan was too dangerous, so he only wrote a personally written letter to Fan Xian to express his loyalty as always. If it had been any other merchant, it would not have been a difficult matter to choose between the court and the already powerless Fan Xian. Merchants pursued profit. They themselves did not have the true power to influence the situation. They had to voluntarily or be forced to lean toward the more powerful side. This was the natural nature of merchants. Even if Xia Qifei abandoned Fan Xian and left, presumably, it would not be surprising or shameful to many people. However, Xia Qifei was not a normal merchant. This was also the reason Fan Xian had chosen him to be his representative in Jiangnan. This illegitimate child of the Ming family had a very similar life path to Fan Xian. He had wandered the Jianghu since he was young, and was the leader of the Jiangnan water bandits. Other than the natural bloodline of a merchant, he also had some of the spirit of loyalty of the Jianghu people. Xia Qifei knew that without Sir of Fan, he would not be able to return. Was Fan Jr. would not be able to Fan. Of the Ming, of Ming he return he and Ming he Fan he and he. The Ming family had operated in Jiangnan for countless years. Even when Fan Xian had come to Jiangnan in the past, it had been difficult. Now, under Xia Qifei's lead, they began to launch a resistance against the pressure of the Jiangnan governor's yamen and the secret edict from Jingdo. For a moment, all of Jiangnan fell into chaos. The Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, who had worked well with Fan Xian in the past but did not show much of himself, stood up. This high-ranking border official in the Qing court coldly began to suppress the Ming family. Furthermore, he unexpectedly, once again helped the fourth master of the Ming family onto the stage. This was a move Fan Xian had used in the past. Now Xueqing simply copied it and obtained very good results. The Ming garden had always been divided into a few factions. Although the old Ming family did not have a lot of shares in their hands, they were, after all, people within the Ming family. Now that the differences between the two sides had been put on the table, it was clearly difficult for Xia Qifei to continue protecting Fan Xian's interests in Jiangnan. However, Xia Qifei still persisted. With the great support of Zhaoshang Money House, he turned money into power and permeated the entire Jiangnan officialdom from bottom to top. He did not care about the true implementation of the court's edict. The head of the Ming family knew that the general trend could not be stopped. Sir Fan Jr. was just waiting for something in Jingdo. What they needed to do was to do their best to preserve his power and allow his wait in Jingdo to continue. The problem was, how long would they have to wait? How long would they have to endure with their lives on the line before they reached the end? They did not endure for long. It was clear that the Qing court had lost patience with the Jiangnan aristocrats and merchants' lack of cooperation. On the third day after the end of Winter Tea Party the Palace Treasury Transport Company held, the head of the Ming family, Xia Qifei, who had sternly opposed the new rules of the palace treasury bidding, was assassinated outside Suzhou. There were more than 500 black-clothed people assassinating Xia Qifei. No one knew how these killers had passed through the Qing kingdom's strict internal defenses and arrived outside Suzhou. They also didn't know where these ruthless and military-like killers had come from. Why had the Suzhou government and the Jiangnan governor's manor reacted so slowly when Xia Qifei was assassinated? There were tens of thousands of provincial soldiers on Jiangnan Road. Why had not a single killer been caught after the incident? The 500 black-clothed killers swallowed Xia Qifei's group of carriages like a tide. Although Xia Qifei was the master of the Jiangnan water bandits, and had countless brave men willing to risk their lives for him, in the face of such an unexpected surprise attack, he threw away all his heads and spilled all his blood. In the end, his defensive perimeter was broken through. The Jiangnan water bandits' new director died in battle. Guan Wumei, who had returned to Suzhou to help take care of affairs, also died in this assassination. Xia Qifei originally had no chance of survival. However, at this critical moment, an unremarkable Ming family servant carried the heavily injured Xia Qifei on his back. Relying on a cold sword in his hand, he killed his way out of the heavy encirclement and carried Xia Qifei back to the Ming family. The Ming garden was sealed and not opened for 3 days. When the provincial soldiers arrived at the scene of the assassination, other than the bodies of the Ming family servants and guards lying on the ground, they didn't find anything. The black-clothed killers didn't even leave a single body behind. That night, in the Jiangnan governor's manor, Governor Xueqing and the 2 advisors looked at the intelligence report in their hands and began to think deeply. The court disregarded the shock of the world and still wanted to brazenly attack. It was already staking everything on one throw. In Jingdo, the emperor no longer wanted to play these empty games with Fan Xian and had already lost his patience. However, Xia Qifei had survived such a thunderous attack. This reality made Xueqing feel slightly disappointed. Presently, the Ming garden had been sealed. The court could not openly break into the Jiangnan Ming family's garden. In the intelligence report, the swordsman who had carried Xia Qifei far away on his back had attracted Xueqing's attention. To be able to break out of the encirclement when faced with hundreds of Qing elite soldiers, a martial artist with such ability had to be a 9th-level ace. There were not many 9th-level aces in the world. To be able to remain hidden by Xia Qifei's side and turn the tide in the end, it could only be a disciple of the sword hut that Fan Xian had sent. The Jiangnan matter did not end there. In this bloody storm, the assassination of the master of the Ming family was only a prelude. After the Ming family closed the garden, the headquarters of the Jiangnan water bandits in Shazhou began to mobilize their aces in preparation to rush to Suzhou. However, this group of reinforcements had only traveled halfway when they were stopped and disarmed by the provincial soldiers of the court. The Jiangnan Navy stationed in Shazhou took advantage of the emptiness of the Jiangnan water bandits to carry out the cruelest purge. The Jiangnan water bandits surrounded by the lake were burned by a big fire. No one knew how many people died. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights and did not stop. It burned the lake dry and burned the reeds into long incense sticks for sacrifice. There could be countless reasons for the court to purge the Jiangnan water bandits. However, what disappointed Xueqing was that the Jiangnan Navy was too ruthless. The group of water bandits they had stopped along the way were either dead or injured. The captives were also very stubborn. Not a single person was willing to open their mouth. Thus, his attempt to link the Ming family to the Jiangnan water bandits was forced to a halt. On the 3rd day of the Ming garden's closure, the 4th young master of the Ming family died in the well. It was said that he felt guilty and jumped into the well to commit suicide. Immediately after, the people of the older faction of the Ming family began to gradually wither away. Xia Qifei, who had lost too many of his family and brothers, began a cruel counterattack. At least for now, the Ming garden had finally stabilized under his bloody methods and the help of the Dongyi warriors. The effect of the court using such methods to deal with the Jiangnan giant merchant, the Ming family, was too bad. It could easily cause unrest among the people in Jiangnan and cause the other merchants to develop a sense of distrust toward the court. Furthermore, it should not be forgotten that Xia Qifei now also had the status of an official. His position as the Jiangnan supervisor of the Overwatch Council had not been removed, so the governor's manor would not admit that this matter had anything to do with the government. Under the Ming family's angry accusations and the Jingdo Overwatch Council headquarters questioning, with the Jiangnan governor's yamen as the leader, the governments of a few large provinces began to band together and diligently launch an investigation into the assassination of Xia Qifei. Of course, everyone could imagine that this investigation would never have any results. Strangely, no one, whether it was the government or the Ming family, brought up the Jiangnan water bandits that had disappeared in a sea of fire. It was as if the once glorious Jianghu power in Jiangnan had never existed. Compared to the inexplicable battle outside Songzhou and the great victory at the mouth of Hong Mountain that decided the direction of history, the turmoil and killing in Jiangnan were not so eye-catching. The number of people who died was not as many as those 2 places, and the impact did not appear to be as large as those 2 places. The nobles and citizens of Jingdo only vaguely knew that there was a very rich family in Jiangnan that did not seem to be doing very well recently. However, the contest in Jiangnan was actually the true contest because it bore the largest portion of the Qing kingdom's tax revenue, and 1/3 of the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Furthermore, Jiangnan had always been peaceful. Even when Fan Xian had gone down to Jiangnan and caused chaos, he had carefully controlled the disturbance within a certain range. Although he had provoked a movement of Jiangnan scholars into the streets, he had not caused Jiangnan to fall into chaos. This time, Jiangnan had truly fallen into chaos. If Xia Qifei had not luckily survived and used even more ruthless methods to soothe his sorrowful heart, perhaps Jiangnan would have already completely fallen into the court's control. Regarding this, it could only be said that Fan Xian's luck in this life was indeed good. The trust he had placed in his trusted subordinates had completely exceeded the returns. The Cold War between the Emperor and Fan Xian became a hot battle in 3 important places. Other than these 3 places, something else happened outside Yingzhou. However, this matter did not attract too much attention. Su Wenmao, an official of the Overwatch Council, and the head of the Palace Treasury Transport Company who had been stripped of his official position by the court and escorted back to Jingdou for trial, passed through Yingzhou. When the group of prisoner carriages had just left Yingzhou, they were attacked by a group of mountain bandits. That day, countless officials of the Ministry of Justice responsible for escorting the criminal officials were killed or injured. Su Wenmao had one of his arms chopped off. In the end, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. Back then, the Yingzhou mountain bandit was actually Guan Wumei, right? That year, I took a boat down to Jiangnan. The first group I came into contact with was her. Then, through her connections, I found the 7th young master of the Ming dynasty, Xia Qifei. On the 28th of the 12th month of the 10th year of the Qing calendar, Jiangnan's intelligence finally arrived at the Fan Manor through Baiwa brothel. Fan Xian looked at the intelligence report in his hand and was silent for a moment. He then said, "The Jiangnan water bandits had long been secretly recruited. The focus of the Hangzhou conference has always been in Yingzhou. The tragic scene after the river burst its banks has long disappeared. The present Yingzhou Jizhou is a good official I personally picked. How could there be so many mountain bandits again?" Fan Xian smiled, but his smile was slightly desolate. He turned his head to glance at Lin Wan'er and said, "You and I have struggled for so many years, but it still can't compare to the Emperor's unreasonable and blind killing." When Fan Xian had come down to Jiangnan, he had passed by Yingzhou and found that the people's livelihood was difficult. Later, the palace treasury was rejuvenated. The court's national treasury was filled, and the palace treasury was plentiful. At the first moment, the Hangzhou conference that Lin Wan'er hosted began to throw silver into the poor provinces on both sides of the Yangtze River. At that time, there was Fan Xian and Princess Chen's reputation holding the line. There was also the Overwatch Council's sinister surveillance, so there were no officials who dared to take silver from it. The people's livelihood in Jiangnan should be better than before. The Sword Hut sent a total of 6 people down to Jiangnan. I left 3 in the palace treasury because that is the most important place. The other 3 are mainly responsible for Xia Qifei and Su Wenmao's safety. I don't want these people following me to all die," Fan Xian said expressionlessly. Even so, such a big problem still occurred. "I hope Wenmao will be able to survive." Lin Wan'er watched him quietly from the side. She knew that there was a lot of pain and pressure in his heart. Fan Xian lowered his head and thought deeply for a moment. He then slowly raised his head. A flame seemed to begin to burn in his eyes. This flame was very much like the fire that had burned in the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. It was as if countless wronged souls were struggling, wailing, crying, and howling in this fire. The situation in Jingdou was also full of bitter wind and rain. Yan Bingyun was still in Dingzhou dealing with the matters of the Qingzhou battle. Even though he had already left Dingzhou, he still had to spend some time on the road. It was during this time that the Imperial Censorate took the opportunity to begin its pressure on the Overwatch Council. Of the 2 directors of the Overwatch Council, one was dead and the other was crippled. Yan Bingyun was unable to obtain the Overwatch Council's heartfelt obedience. A group of dragons was without a leader. Relying on the Emperor's indulgence and the cooperation of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the Imperial Censorate began a cruel purge of the Overwatch Council under He Zhongwei's lead. The first to bear the brunt was the First Bureau. In just 3 days, over 30 Overwatch Council officials had been arrested and thrown into the Supreme Court. It was rare for the seemingly gentle civil officials to have a chance to act against the Overwatch Council. They would not be polite. The various torture devices in the prison all began to take effect. Defeated. Fan Xian had lost. He lost again and again until he was utterly defeated. Fan Xian knew he was wrong. The emperor was like Dong Mountain. Even if he created countless storms under heaven, as long as this mountain did not fall, the Qing court would not fall into chaos. No matter how big the storm, it would still be cold. The secret news that came from the heavenly palace was like the last straw that pressed down on Fan Xian's heart, forcing him to immediately make a choice. A beauty that had been chosen to enter the palace was said to be pregnant with a dragon's seed. Hearing this news, Fan Xian couldn't help but smile coldly. It looked like the celery's demon-killing effect was indeed not very effective against a monster like a great grandmaster. Xia Qifei is having a difficult time in Jiangnan. If I still don't act, he won't even be able to protect himself, much less support me. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The more of my power I lose, the more ruthless the emperor's methods will be. This is a matter that complements each other. At the beginning he will come slowly, but my counterattack power will become smaller and smaller. His worries will also become less and less, and his methods will become more and more crazy until he finally turns me into a loner. The court's actions in Jiangnan are actually very unwise, Lin Wanner said in a quiet voice. Anyone with eyes knows what the Ming family's predicament is. The court's actions this time are too obvious, and the methods they use are too bloody. I'm afraid the Jiangnan merchants will be at odds with each other from now on. Not only is it unwise, it can even be called stupid. However, it is very clear that the emperor does not care about this. He only cares about using the shortest amount of time to completely destroy me and shatter any hope I have. Fan Xian's expression was wooden. For some reason, it seems that he is also somewhat anxious. Lin Wanna looked at him. Her heart trembled slightly. Although the husband and wife did not say anything explicitly, she only needed one look to know what he was thinking in his heart. Particularly under such circumstances, his expression was enough to prove his thoughts. Just like this, two clear streams of tears flowed out from Wanner's eyes. She stared at Fan Xian in a daze and said in a trembling voice, "But what can you do?" Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then gently pulled her into his arms and held her as gently as if he was holding a child. In a quiet voice he said, "Although I have lost again and again and appear to have no power to retaliate, it actually proves something that I really want to know. The emperor is in the end old. He is no longer as patient as he was in the past. He is steady and cold to a frightening degree and doesn't give people any chances." Fan Xian lowered his head and said by his wife's ear. Fan Xian lowered his head and said by his wife's ear. After taking off that dragon robe, the emperor is more like a normal person. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Time changed. Fan Xian did not have time to wait for the black-shrouded relative to return from the world of ice and snow. If he truly continued to wait like this, even if the emperor continued to resist killing him, even if he waited until Uncle Wu Zhu returned, at that time, everyone he cared about would probably all die, just like the people in the Jiangnan water bandits, Guan Wumei, Su Wenmao, and the officials in the Overwatch Council. He had to counterattack. Furthermore, he did indeed have a secret in his hands that even the emperor did not know about. However, he knew that once the counterattack regarding the palace treasury truly began, there would be no turning back between Fan Xian's faction and the person in the royal palace. Perhaps the entire Qing kingdom would sink into chaos because of this. If Fan Xian lost, countless people behind him would probably die. Fan Xian did not have the confidence to defeat his emperor. When he bravely stood out with his life as the price, he had to leave a path of retreat for the family and friends he cared about. After that autumn rain, he no longer cared about his own life and death, but he still cared about the life and death of others. Because of this path of retreat, the Fan Manor was quiet for a long time after the 28th of the 12th lunar month. The atmosphere was oppressive for a long time. Even the two little children seemed to have noticed their father's strange emotions and no longer dared to make a loud noise. Because of this path of retreat, the Fan Manor was quiet for a long time after the 28th of the 12th lunar month. The atmosphere was oppressive for a long time. Even the two little children seemed to have noticed their father's strange emotions and didn't make any loud noises. After a very tasteless New Year, Fan Xian casually ate some dumplings and shut himself in the study. He shut himself in for 7 days. It was not until the 7th that he came out of the study. Everyone in the manor was waiting outside the study. Lin Wanner stood to the side and looked at him worriedly. Cece brought a bowl of ginseng soup to his hands. Cece's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt an ominous premonition, but she bit her lips tightly and did not make a sound. She believed that the young master she had watched grow up was not immortal. No matter what kind of predicament he faced, he would easily solve it, just like he had in the past 20 years. On the 7th day of the new year, classes began at the Imperial College. After washing up, Lin Wanner helped him tidy up his clothes and sent him to the main entrance of the mansion. On the way there, her hands trembled slightly. The morning sunlight broke through the cold clouds that had sealed the capital for a long time, and shone down coldly. Lin Wanner stared at Fan Xian's handsome cheek in a daze. She didn't know if she would ever see it again. Suddenly, she saw a strand of white hair on Fan Xian's temple, shining in the morning light. She couldn't help but feel her heart wrench in pain. She tried her best to remain calm as she asked, "Have you figured anything out after thinking for 7 days?" Fan Xian sighed and recovered the laziness and helplessness he had when he first entered Jingdo. He smiled and said, "Thinking for 7 days, hoping to become a great grandmaster. Don't you think I'm being too delusional?" Lin Wanner covered her mouth and laughed. "What wishful thinking. There has been a reply to the message I asked Eunuch Dai to deliver to the palace before the new year. His Majesty has asked me to enter the palace in the afternoon." Fan Xian glanced at his wife with pity. "His Majesty has always loved you," adding to the fact that he is old. "I don't think he will make things difficult for you. If you are not comfortable in Jingdo, go back to Danzhou. His Majesty has to give grandmother some face." Lin Wanner continued to cover her mouth and asked with a smile, "I'm too lazy to leave. I'll wait for you at home. But have you really thought of something?" Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders and said like a ruffian, "What idea? His Majesty doesn't have any openings on his body." "Ah, I remember. A man surnamed Xiong once said that since he doesn't have openings on his body, then he has openings." "You're joking again." Lin Wanner covered her mouth and laughed until she was about to cough out tears. "I was joking anyway." Fan Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Wanner on the forehead. He then climbed into the carriage without turning his head. Watching the carriage head in the direction of Dongchuan Road and the Imperial College, the smile on Lin Wanner's face immediately turned into desolation. She lowered the sleeve she had covered her mouth with. There were 2 spots of blood on the white sleeve. These 7 days had been difficult for her. Her old illness had relapsed, and she was very sad. Confucius said to become righteous. Mencius said to take righteousness. Only when righteousness is done, then benevolence is at its peak. Reading the books of the saints, what have you learned? I have no regrets. Since ancient times, those with lofty ideals who believed in righteousness under heaven should not be moved by success or failure. A voice so calm and even slightly cold rang out in front of the little lake in the Imperial College. More than 100 students of the Imperial College listened quietly to Sir Fan Jr.'s lesson. Many people felt that Sir Fan Jr.'s mood was strange. He seemed to like to joke mischievously, but those mischievous jokes were not very funny. Many people felt that Sir Fan Jr. had something on his mind. The scholar watched this scene quietly from under a large tree. His old heart was comforted. He thought he knew what Fan Xian was worried about, so he was comforted. It was the 7th day of the new year, the first class of the Imperial College. In the afternoon, the emperor would summon Fan Xian into the palace. The upper echelons of the Qing court all knew that it was Fan Xian who had invited them into the palace this time. Naturally, the scholar thought that under the emperor's repeated blows, and in front of the great battle results the Qing kingdom had achieved, Fan Xian had admitted defeat. Thinking of the Qing kingdom ruler and officials being of one mind, father and son of one mind, unifying the world and living in harmony, the scholar felt incomparably comforted. He didn't even pay attention to the specific contents of Fan Xian's lesson. Kong is not Jiu Kong pretending to be Wang Lihong. It is not Kong Ming waving a fan, and it is even less likely to mean eye-catching. Mencius. I don't really like this person because he likes to argue too much. He is similar to me. Fan Xian smiled as he lectured to the 100 Imperial College students by the lake. He didn't care whether or not these students could understand. There were indeed collections of classics and history in this world, but there were no Confucius, Mencius, or many other philosophers. There were theories of benevolence and righteousness, but very few were as clear as what Confucius said. Such a thing as risking one's life for righteousness must occasionally be done, but I am not that kind of person. I have always been afraid of death. After these words were said, all of the Imperial College students laughed. They felt that in Sir Fan Jr.'s messy lecture, a joke that they could understand had finally appeared. But Fan Xian's expression suddenly became cold. After waiting for the surroundings to quiet down, he said, word by word, "How many people are different from animals? Is it only those who value righteousness? Not necessarily. A person's instinct is to seek life and avoid death. However, a person is worthy of respect when they can bravely meet death. Why meet death? Naturally, it is because there are things in this world that are more important than life and death. This still has nothing to do with me." He smiled. Then there was silence all around. Everyone felt that something was strange. All of the Imperial College students stared in a daze at him by the lake. No one laughed out loud. I had always thought that there was nothing in this world more important than one's own life and death. Later, I discovered that a person's desire is an extraordinary thing. A person having the right to choose is an extraordinary thing. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "Since we are going to die, then we have to choose a way for us to die to our heart's content." Although the phrase "no regrets" is a bit vulgar, in the end, it is still a very practical thing. How should a person live their life? Fan Xian looked around and asked this question. Naturally, no one answered. After a moment of silence, his voice reverberated through the quiet Imperial College. I've thought about this question my entire life and still haven't understood it. Copying many books, earning a lot of money, marrying many wives, having many children. I seem to have done it all. Then I thought about it for a long time and came to a general conclusion. It is to live however I want, as long as I live with a clear conscience. This is roughly what I want to say today. After saying this, Fan Xian left the Imperial College and sat in the lonely black carriage, leaving behind a group of confused and baffled young Imperial College students looking at each other, as well as Hu the scholar, whose expression had changed dramatically after he finally understood what Fan Xian was saying. Hu the scholar left the Imperial College in fear, and hurried in the direction of the royal palace. It was still early. Fan Xian would only be able to enter the palace in the afternoon. He hoped he still had time to say something to the emperor, advise him, and prevent something from happening. Fan Xian's rambling speech in the Imperial College spread out in the shortest amount of time. There was no need for people with intentions to add fuel to the fire. In reality, all of Jingdo, those sensitive people had been waiting for this Jingdo idler's reaction. In contrast to all of these people's hurried nervousness, Fan Xian was very calm. There was still some time before he entered the palace. He arrived at Xinfeng restaurant and began to enjoy the rare, perhaps last, enjoyment of the winter. A few steaming baskets of jiatong buns, as well as Dabao, who had a bun face on the side of the table. Chapter 729. A pair of long chopsticks pierced into the longan of the jiatong bun, and pulled it apart to reveal the delicious and tempting broth inside. Fan Xian took out a ladle and scooped out the broth and ladled it into the porcelain bowl in front of Dabao. He then picked out the meat stuffing and placed it on top of Dabao's zhajiangmian. Little Xian Xian, eat. Dabao lowered his head as he attacked the food. His words were unclear but unusually determined. Hearing his tone, he was truly worried that Fan Xian would give everything to him, and that he wouldn't be full. Fan Xian looked at his brother-in-law and smiled. He used his hands to tear open the soft and white skin of the jiatong bun, and soaked it in the kelp soup. He casually took a few bites. Ever since he had taken over his position in the first bureau of the Overwatch Council, he liked to eat buns in Xinfeng restaurant. Each time he came to eat buns, he would bring Dabao. He knew that Dabao only liked to eat the meat stuffing and had no interest in the skin of the buns. Thus, it was suitable for the two brothers to work together. Glancing at the happy and sweaty Dabao, for some reason, Fan Xian's heart began to ache. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity to waste time with his brother-in-law in the future. He liked being together with Dabao. Only when he was with Dabao could he truly relax. He could tell Dabao all of his secrets, his views of the world, and he wouldn't have to worry about Dabao betraying him. After today, it would probably be very difficult to eat buns with Dabao again. It would also be very difficult to lie at the bow of the boat with Dabao and talk about how the starry sky of the Qing Kingdom was so similar to the starry sky of that world. Fan Xian's face still carried a warm and encouraging smile as he looked at Dabao, but he sighed in his heart. He couldn't taste his food. Grabbing a towel beside the table, he wiped away the grease on his hands and turned his head slightly. Separated by the railing of the second floor of Xinfeng restaurant, he looked at the two yamens across the street. The Supreme Court of the Qing Kingdom and the first branch of the Overwatch Council were both across the street from Xinfeng restaurant. Today was the 7th day of the new year. It was the first day of duty for court officials after the end of the year. On this day, other than the interaction between the various departments, the exchange of well wishes, and the exchange of red packets, there were actually no important political matters that needed to be handled. Inside a yamen, everyone was basically having a tea party. From the main official to the lowest level of scribes, everyone was holding a teapot, eating melon seeds, and chatting leisurely. This was the custom of the entire world's officialdom. Even the one in the palace knew this. After all, it was the atmosphere of the new year. When on duty, it was very idle and there was nothing to do. Naturally, the shift ended even earlier. It was clearly not time yet. The sun hiding behind the cold clouds in the sky had not yet moved to its southern zenith. Across the street, many officials walked out of the yamen of the Supreme Court. These officials met up with the officials from the other departments who had been waiting outside the yamen. Like birds and beasts, they scattered on the street. No one knew where they had gone to enjoy the delicacies of Jingdo. On the first day of duty, it was not a crime to eat and drink at noon. It was even possible that after getting drunk, they would return to their manors to rest in the afternoon. Different from the Supreme Court, the first branch of the Overwatch Council's yamen, which was clearly much more wretched and sinister, still had its doors tightly shut. There were no officials going in to do business, and there were no idle people walking around laughing and laughing. A depressing atmosphere that made one's head droop emanated from the courtyard. Fan Xian looked calmly at the familiar courtyard, which he had once controlled with one hand. He knew very well why it was like this. The Overwatch Council was facing a bleak storm. Its position in court had dropped 1,000 li, particularly in the previous month. Many Overwatch Council officials had been arrested by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court on some groundless charges. Although they knew that it was the Imperial Censorate leading the purge, the Overwatch Council seemed to have lost its former magic. It was no longer able to gather its true power and give the most powerful counterattack. With He Zhongwei at the head, the Imperial Censorate faintly suppressed Hu the Scholar and began to lead the entire system of civil officials to launch an attack on the Overwatch Council. No one knew how many Overwatch Council officials had welcomed cruel punishments in prison. The Qing Kingdom was no longer the Qing Kingdom with the old cripple. A wave of steady footsteps and self-contained laughter came from the stairs. About 7 or 8 officials walked up from downstairs. Looking at their clothing, they were all high-ranking officials. These officials did not go to the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Instead, under the guidance of the owner, they came to the railing and prepared to put up a screen and sit against the railing. Xinfeng Restaurant had not been famous in the past. Although it was opposite the Supreme Court and First Bureau of the Overwatch Council, the officials always felt that the place was too low class. Even in the private rooms, there were no girls to serve them, so they would rather go further. It was not until later that Fan Xian often came here to lean against the railing and munch on meat buns that he forcefully raised the reputation of Xinfeng Restaurant. From then on, there was an additional type of elegance. Most of the officials who came to Xinfeng restaurant were from the Supreme Court. The main guest was Hou Jichang, who had just been transferred back to the capital from Jiaozhou. The officials of the Supreme Court knew that this person, who had once been one of Fan Xian's 4 disciples, had now put down his status and thrown himself under the tutelage of scholar He, who had once been as famous as him. Only then did he have the wonderful matter of being transferred directly into the Supreme Court. The changes in the world truly made one sigh. The officials couldn't help but feel some disdain toward Hou Jichang's betrayal of Fan Xian. However, no one was willing to show it on their faces. It was Hou Jichang's first time in the Supreme Court, so he was invited to Xinfeng restaurant to treat. In order to give scholar He face, even the deputy of the Supreme Court personally came to accompany him. Arriving at the railing, the officials prepared to sit down. Before the screen came up, they could see the table on the other side of the railing. There were only 3 people at that table. A person who looked like a bodyguard had clearly finished eating and was looking around warily. The fat man facing the officials had his head lowered and was chewing fiercely. The person facing the officials was wearing commoner clothing. He raised his head to look at the other end of the street. It was just his back view, but it made everyone's heart thump. Hou Jichang's body froze. The hands that were exposed outside his official robes began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the cold wind outside had instantly eroded every inch of his skin. The other officials of the Supreme Court had only been shocked by the bleak back view and did not recognize that person's identity. Looking at Hou Jichang's deathly pale face, they couldn't help feeling incomparably shocked. They followed Hou Jichang's gaze and looked again. Finally, they understood where Hou Jichang's fear lay. After a moment of awkward silence, the deputy furrowed his brows and gently patted Hou Jichang's shoulder. In a quiet and comforting voice he said, "Sit." Hou Jichang sat down restlessly. After a long time, he sighed with some shame. If this had been any other time in the past, this table of officials would certainly have gone to that table to respectfully greet Fan Xian. Now not only did Fan Xian not have any official positions, but even his status as a first-rank duke had been taken away by the emperor. He had become a completely white person, and was nothing more than a commoner. This table of officials of the Supreme Court were all He Zhongwei's direct subordinates. They knew that Sir Fan Jr. was on the other side of the railing, and that they were on the other side of the railing. Naturally, they could not leave. What reason was there for an official to give way to a commoner? What reason was there for the He faction, currently in the limelight, to give way to a drowning dog? Seeing Fan Xian's ruined appearance, although these officials were not stupid enough to mock him, presumably, they felt a secret joy in the bottom of their hearts. These few days, the Supreme Court had been investigating the Overwatch Council's old cases, and were in the limelight. Thinking of how this was a prosperous and important place in Jingdo, and how the emperor had a death grip on Sir Fan Jr., as long as they did not actively provoke him, presumably, Fan Xian would not eat too much and come to ask for humiliation. For some reason, the screen had not been brought, but the food and wine had arrived first. Although the officials of the Supreme Court were not happy, they could not make a fuss in such a situation. Losing face was a small matter. If they actually had any interaction with the 3 silent people at the other table, it was not something these officials wanted to see. Today we welcome Sir Hou into the temple. From now on, Sir Hou will be our colleague. The deputy of the Supreme Court smiled, and raised the wine cup in his hand. Hou Jichang forced a smile and also raised his wine cup. However, he was truly flustered in his heart because he understood Fan Xian, his teacher, who was even younger than him. He had suddenly appeared opposite the Supreme Court, and in Xinfeng restaurant. Did he really just like the buns in this restaurant? Thinking of this, his hand began to tremble again. Out of the corner of his eye, he unconsciously glanced at the 3 silent people on the other side of the railing. He knew who the fat man facing him was. It was Princess Chen's biological brother, De Bao, who was born stupid. He prayed silently that since Sir Fan Jr. had brought him here, he hoped he was not here to make trouble. The deputy of the Supreme Court sensed his strangeness and furrowed his brows unhappily. Ever since the previous deputy had been implicated in the old Qin family's rebellion in Jingdo, his position had been smooth sailing. Now even the Overwatch Council had to look at his face. He truly did not feel that he had anything to be afraid of. Everyone knew Sir Fan Jr. was powerful. But could he be so unreasonable as to come and curse loudly? The deputy of the Supreme Court was clearly not satisfied with Ho Jichang's behavior. He glanced at the fat man sitting across from Fan Xian and guessed his identity. The corners of his lips twitched slightly and released a glimmer of a disdainful smile. The ridicule in his eyes was full of. Fan Xian liked to hang out with his silly uncle. This was something everyone in Jingdo knew, but it was also something the officials looked down on. Although this deputy did not dare to say anything to that side in mockery, the expression on his face revealed everything. The second matter is to welcome Sir Gua, who has finally returned from Jiangnan and has re-entered the imperial censor of the left. After these words were said, the banquet immediately became lively. The imperial censor of the left was a rather important position. Sir Gua smiled boastfully and raised his cup of wine in a toast. However, when his gaze landed on the other side of the railing, just like Ho Jichang, his expression became rather unnatural. Imperial censor Gua's surname was Guozheng. He was the person who had wanted to punish Fan Xian in the Jingdo government. Now that so many years had passed, the people of Jingdo had probably long forgotten this matter. However, Guozheng believed that Fan Xian would not forget, and he would not forget. Because in the Jiangnan Palace treasury matter, Guozheng had also stood against Fan Xian. The wine hadn't gone through 3 rounds when the 3 silent people on the other side of the railing had already finished eating. Fan Xian held Dabao's hand and walked toward the stairs. Teng Zijing followed silently behind. If the 3 of them wanted to go down, they had to pass the table where the officials were gathered. Unexpectedly, the officials at this table all quieted down at the same time with a glimmer of nervousness, waiting for the young master to quickly leave. However, Fan Xian did not leave. Very naturally, he came to the side of this table and looked at the officials with a slight smile. Seeing that the situation was not right, the deputy of the Supreme Court smiled awkwardly and stood up. Raising his hands in a salute, he said, "So it is Sir Fan Jr. Only after he said the word, did he realize that something was wrong. The other party was already a commoner. As a proper deputy of the Supreme Court, how could he say "I"? The deputy stopped his mouth and steeled his heart. With a forced smile he said, "Would you like to sit together?" Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. Ho Jichang had already stood up in fear. Lowering his head, he bowed toward Fan Xian. Cold sweat soaked through his back, but Fan Xian did not even glance at him. It was as if he did not exist. It was this kind of disregard that made everyone at the table feel a glimmer of coldness. Fan Xian did not look at Ho Jichang. He looked at the new imperial censor of the left beside him, Guozheng. In a quiet voice he said, 3 years ago, I was very curious. I exiled you to Jiangnan, making you uneasy day and night. Later, when the Jingdo rebellion occurred, you were clearly a Xinjiang person, so why did the emperor not issue an edict to punish you? Later I understood. You saw that the situation was not right, so you abandoned my poor mother-in-law and used your old friendship in the imperial censorate to hug He Zongwei's thigh. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head with a sigh. He Zongwei, that bastard, is a servant of 3 surnames. Naturally you a fence-sitter, learned everything from him. Presently He Zongwei was an important figure in court. With Fan Xian's cutting words, all of the officials at the table could not sit still. Abruptly, they stood up and prepared to scold him. I was wrong. He Zongwei is not a servant of 3 surnames. The previous masters he served were all surnamedly. Fan Xian shook his head. It should be said that he is a loyal dog of the Li family. The deputy of the Supreme Court finally couldn't resist, and said something with a cold expression. However, Fan Xian seemed to not have heard it. He only looked coldly at the trembling Guozheng. Enunciating each word he asked, "For you to be transferred back to Jingdo to take up the post of imperial censor of the left, presumably you have performed a great service in Jiangnan. I was wondering if the deaths of my subordinates in Jiangnan had anything to do with you?" Guozheng steeled his heart and said in a cold voice, "I am carrying out my duties by imperial edict. Does Sir Fan Jr. have any objections?" "Very good," You finally have some backbone. This is what an imperial censor should be like, Fan Xian slowly said. I knew you were entering the capital today, so I made a special trip here to wait for you. The atmosphere in Xinfeng restaurant immediately became like the calm before a storm. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. Especially waiting for Guozhang. What did this mean? Although, until now no one believed that Fan Xian would risk universal condemnation and do something to disgrace the court in such an important place in Jingdo. Looking at Fan Xian's increasingly indifferent face, everyone felt a glimmer of coldness and fear. There were not many guards following these officials into Xinfeng restaurant. After all, no one would have thought that such a major incident would occur right across the street from the Supreme Court. Feeling the strange atmosphere upstairs, a few guards rushed up and watched the scene nervously. Fan Xian smiled. The deputy of the Supreme Court smiled awkwardly along with him. Guozhang smiled very awkwardly. Then a plate of food landed directly on Guozhang's face. Vegetable juices and broken porcelain flew together. At the same time, the imperial censor's face split open, turning into countless rays of light that sprayed out. What sprayed out at the same time was the fresh blood that sprayed out from Guozhang's face. Fan Xian pulled back his hand and pressed it against the back of Guozhang's head, pressing it directly into the hard pearwood table. Such a hard table forcefully pressed a head made of flesh and blood into it. With a crack, a few fine cracks appeared on the surface of the pearwood table. Guozhang's cervical vertebra was completely broken. Blood seeped out from the gap between his facial bones and the pearwood table like black water. He didn't even have time to grunt. Sir Guozhang, who had just performed a great service for the court in Jiangnan, and had returned to Jingdo to take over as the imperial censor of the left, was slammed into the table by Fan Xian's palm, and became a dead man. There was a death-like silence. Everyone present stared stupidly at the deeply sunken head on the table, and the table full of blood mixed with vegetable juices. They were speechless because no one dared to believe the scene they saw. Everyone thought it was an illusion. Killing on the street. Killing an official of the court. Killing an imperial censor of the left in front of so many officials. This was something that had never happened in Jingdo before. It was also something no one could imagine. No one could react at all. They only watched this scene as if they were watching an absurd play. Finally, an official reacted. He let out a terrified scream. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The guards charged over and attacked Fan Xian. However, there were only a number of muffled thuds. A few fainted bodies appeared on the wooden boards of the second floor of Xinfeng restaurant. Fan Xian continued to stand quietly by the table, as if he had never attacked. The deputy of the Supreme Court extended a trembling finger and pointed it at Fan Xian. It was as if he had seen a demon from the netherworld suddenly walking under the sunlight. He couldn't say anything. His throat only made pitiful whimpering sounds. Fan Xian's eyes were expressionless. He looked at him coldly and asked, I heard that during this month the Supreme Court, under your orders, has used a great deal of torture on my subordinates. 3 of my subordinates were tortured to death by you in prison? The deputy of the Supreme Court suddenly let out a loud cry and turned to run like a rabbit. Looking at his momentum, it looked like he was going to flip over the railing. Even if he fell heavily, he was going to run out of Xinfeng restaurant. However, since Fan Xian had already begun to act, how could he let him escape? There was only the sound of a gust of wind brushing past the pavilion of Xinfeng restaurant. There was another crisp crack and a muffled thud. The deputy of the Supreme Court's cervical vertebrae snapped. His head was also smashed wretchedly into the hard pearwood table. Blood began to flow down the table, and the heads of the 2 officials of the imperial court sank into the table, unable to escape. Their corpses were half kneeling on the ground, and the tips of their feet, which were wearing thick boots, were still twitching. It was a horrifying scene. Killing 2 people on the street filled Xinfeng restaurant with the cries of ghosts and wails of deities. However, Fan Xian's expression did not change. He turned around. A waiter from Xinfeng restaurant had unknowingly appeared behind the crowd and handed over a steaming hot towel. Fan Xian accepted the towel and carefully wiped his hands. He then threw the towel to the ground with some disgust. Holding Dabao's hand, he walked down the stairs and said to the waiter, "You can begin." From the moment Fan Xian walked to this table to the moment he used the cruelest method to kill the two court officials to the moment he walked down the stairs and left, he did not glance at Ho Jichang. With a pale face, Ho Jichang's lips trembled. He withdrew his gaze from the stairs and looked at the two corpses. Looking at the blood flowing on the table, he didn't know whether it was brain or bean curd. Endless fear took over his whole body. Finally, he couldn't help but bend over and vomit uncontrollably. Take uncle back to the manor. Below Xinfeng restaurant, Fan Xian helped to bow onto the carriage and spoke to Teng Zijing. He then watched the black carriage head toward the south of the city. Fan Xian alone began to head in the direction of the royal palace. Fan Xian was not worried about the safety of the carriage going home. Along the way, there were swordsmen of the 6th Bureau responsible for protecting it. Just as he had said in Xinfeng restaurant, killing was to avenge the subordinates of the Overwatch Council. Although he was no longer the director of the Overwatch Council, as long as he wanted to, he would always be the director of the Overwatch Council. The Shadow returned to Jingdo and reorganized the 6th Bureau assassins who had long been hiding in the dark. The arrival of Haitang, particularly 13th Wang, made it impossible for the royal palace to stop Fan Xian from reconnecting with the people loyal to him in the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council. The Overwatch Council was already in a state of turmoil. Today could be considered this sinister council's last moment of glory. In the morning, Fan Xian, in the name of the director of the Overwatch Council, gave one last order to the spies and assassins the Overwatch Council had set up in various places. He didn't know how many secret agents and officials would follow him. Fan Xian believed that the men under his command would not disappoint him. The cold winter wind blew through the streets of Jingdo. There was still some time before he had to enter the palace. Fan Xian walked alone along the streets toward the royal palace in the distance. Along the way, he looked at the Jingdo streets and greedily breathed in the air. It was as if he wanted to engrave all of this into his memory. Even if he died, he wouldn't forget it. Not long after Fan Xian left Xinfeng restaurant, the 1st Bureau of the Overwatch Council, which had its doors closed the entire time, suddenly came out. 100 black-robed Overwatch Council officials surged murderously into their old neighbor, and now their most despicable new enemy, the Supreme Court. It had to be said that the 7th day Fan Xian had chosen was indeed the best time. It was not yet noon, but the officials of the Supreme Court had long gone to enjoy themselves with the officials of the other departments. The Supreme Court's yamen had no power to resist in front of these wolf-like Overwatch Council officials. This coincidentally matched Fan Xian's hopes that there wouldn't be too many Qing officials who would bleed because of this turmoil. The court officials who were going to die had their reasons for dying. They were all targets that Fan Xian had carefully chosen. The 1st Bureau had entered the Supreme Court to rescue their colleagues who had been sent to prison by the court. Fan Xian walked through Chang Street and turned Sheh Street. He bought a skewer of candied haws from a vendor and ate it with relish. Carelessly, he tossed a golden leaf. He couldn't be bothered to ask for change. He was very grateful to Jingdo's candied haws. Back then, it was because of the candied haws in that child's hands that he hadn't gotten lost in the Qing temple. At noon, the Minister of Revenue was entertaining guests in Yishir Tavern. He had invited the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and a few good friends. As expected, they were all core figures of the He faction. The minister gently stroked his short beard. He felt slightly proud in the warm winter room. After 3 years of hard work, he had finally cleared away the shadow the previous minister Fan Jian had left in the ministry. The independent kingdom that belonged to the Fan Manor no longer existed. He had finally become the true Minister of Revenue. In order to resist the pressure from the Fan Manor, he had taken the initiative and humbly stood by Scholar He's side. He did not feel humiliated because He Zhongwei had always been a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Furthermore, standing by Scholar He's side was like standing in front of the emperor. This was an honor. Originally, the banquet should have been held at night to appear more formal. However, the guests who had gone to the He Manor to ask around had found out. Furthermore, after the court meeting before the new year, Scholar He had to explain that there were matters to be done in the palace on the 7th. Thus, Scholar He could not personally attend the banquet. Thus, the time had been moved to noon. Although he was slightly disappointed, the Minister of Revenue also let out a breath. Scholar He was not here, so he was the highest-ranking official at this table. Hearing the flattery by his ear, how happy was his mood. He had just reported to Scholar He's will. The Ministry of Revenue had forcefully interfered and played the Jingdo Yamen to the point where they wished they were dead, forcing the stubborn Sun Jingxiu to quietly resign. In the end, he still could not pay the silver to discuss his crimes and was sent to prison. The minister began to feel like he wished he were dead. What did you have to fight with me? Isn't it just because you have a good daughter? After your daughter is sold to the musical house, I'm going to secretly make your daughter feel like she's about to die. The alcohol had gotten to his head. Just as the Minister of Revenue was circling around the words, "Wish he were dead," he did not notice a cunning and sinister light flash through the eyes of the woman serving everyone in the warm room. The minister did not know that the poison in the Wuliangye he drank was enough to make him wish he were dead countless times. On the 7th day of the 1st month in the 11th year of the Qing calendar, Yisher Tavern caught on fire. The warm room was reduced to ruins. The Minister of Revenue, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and a few other core officials of the He faction died in the fire from drinking in the line of duty. By the time the fire started, Fan Xian had already finished eating the candied haws. Carrying a newly bought black cloth umbrella, he walked to the beautiful Tianhe Street. He casually tossed the bamboo stick with the sugar residue into the unusually clean pond by the side of the street. He shrugged his shoulders, not at all blaming himself for his actions of polluting the environment. Then he glanced at the black stone tablet in front of the Overwatch Council's main door that was being taken down, and the decreasing number of golden characters on it. He stared at it for a moment, and then shook his head. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Snowflakes began to float down. The snowflakes landed on the cold and cheerless door of the He Manor. Scholar He was upright and righteous. He hated people giving gifts the most, so he kept 2 vicious dogs at the door. Many people knew that this move had been first created by Sir Yan Ruahai in Viscount Qinghai's manor. They couldn't help secretly mocking Scholar He for copying someone else's ideas. No matter what, these 2 vicious dogs had helped him gain a good reputation. The 2 dogs were angered by the slowly falling snowflakes and began to bark at the sky with all their might. What was the use of frozen dogs barking at the snow? The snow continued to fall slowly and steadily. With 2 sorrowful cries, the 2 vicious dogs fell dead to the ground. A dozen assassins wearing commoner clothing cautiously controlled the surroundings of the quiet He Manor, and then quietly snuck into the manor. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Opening the black cloth umbrella, he covered his eyes and the sky. The snowflakes accumulated on the black cloth umbrella and melted quickly. They were unable to gather together, which made him unhappy. Walking like this, he arrived in front of the royal palace. He did not go to the main door to wait for the message. Instead, he circled around the base of the royal palace. Under the watchful gazes of the imperial soldiers, he walked to a row of unremarkable single-story houses in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Fan Xian pushed open the door and entered. Dusting the snowflakes off his body and head, he carefully placed the black cloth umbrella dripping with snow at the door. Smiling at the dumbstruck officials inside, he said, "Long time no see." Scholar He, who was sitting on the heated Kong and reading all kinds of memorials, slowly raised his head and glanced at the uninvited guest at the door. His brows furrowed. Chapter 730. The row of single-story buildings at the foot of the royal palace were unremarkable, but they were important places for the Hall of Governmental Affairs to discuss matters. Passing through a courtyard in the back corridor, one could directly enter the palace. It was the most important place. The imperial army and guards guarded it tightly. Even when the rebel army had surrounded the palace, they had not thought of opening a gap from here, because there were still layers of palace walls behind the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 7 years since he left Danzhou in the spring of the 4th year of the Qing calendar. Other than the 2 years he had stayed intermittently in Jiangnan, most of the truly exciting, tense, and memorable times of Fan Xian's second life had been in Jingdo. His life and identity were different from most people in the Qing kingdom. He had entered the palace too many times. It was as easy and comfortable as going home. Regardless of whether it was his identity as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, or his identity as the emperor's illegitimate child, the restrictions of the palace did not exist for him. On the 7th day of the new year, Fan Xian strolled to the row of single-story buildings below the royal palace like he was taking a stroll. Although the new year had just passed, the Hall of Governmental Affairs was still busy. Officials from various departments had come to discuss matters. No one noticed a figure holding a black cloth umbrella in the snow. Entering the inner area, the imperial soldiers and guards responsible for inspection were dumbfounded by Fan Xian's warm smile. They watched in a daze as he walked in. Fan Xian had come too naturally. All of the imperial soldiers and guards were familiar with the fact that this young man could enter and leave the royal palace without any hindrance. For a moment, they did not react. They allowed him to pass through layers of guards and come directly to the main room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. There were 2 heated Kong beds in the main room. A few layers of things were thrown haphazardly on top. Memorials from various places, as well as edicts the emperor had drafted, were piled everywhere. Ink and paper were piled haphazardly on the table. In the center of the Qing court, the working conditions did not look good. A few scholars and scribes were busy until Fan Xian put down the black umbrella dripping with snow water. The main room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was silent. Everyone stared in a daze at Fan Xian. They didn't know why this figure, who had been severely punished by the emperor, would suddenly appear here. As Fan Xian walked through the streets of Jingdou, the various restaurants and yamens in Jingdou had already changed. However, the timing of the attack this time was perfect. When Fan Xian walked into the main room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the flames of revenge were just beginning to burn all around Jingdou. The news had not yet reached the palace. Of Fan Xian's sudden arrival, the first person to react was Scholar Pan. Scholar Pan Lin, who was closest to the door of the bright light. This old scholar opened his slightly aged eyes and looked at Fan. He coughed and said, "Why are you here?" Ever since he was young, Fan Xian had learned Pan the scholar's handwriting. He had also earned his first silver from the newspaper Pan the scholar edited. Although he had not interacted with him twice in Jingdou, Fan Xian was always respectful to the old man. He smiled and replied, "The emperor summoned me to the palace in the afternoon. I had just arrived at the entrance to the royal palace when it suddenly began to snow. I thought it would be pointless to stand in the snow, so I came here to see you all." With these words, only then did everyone in the room remember that the emperor had indeed sent an edict to summon Fan Xian into the palace. Relaxing, they each smiled warmly and went forward to greet him. The officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs were different from the officials of the yamens below them. What they paid the most attention to was being in the same light as the dust. They were powerful but not angry, particularly as they were the officials closest to the emperor. They knew Fan Xian's true position in court, so no one dared to slight him. He Zhongwei was the last to stand and walk over. There was a glimmer of self-control in his calm expression. The moment he appeared, the entire room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately fell silent. Even Scholar Pan Lin coughed and left with his back bent. Everyone knew that Scholar he was following the emperor's edict and doing his best to attack the pitiful power Sir Fan Jr. had left behind. Everyone also knew that during these years, Sir Fan Jr. and Scholar he had never interacted harmoniously, not even once. The situation had changed a long time ago. Scholar he was so popular that it was almost purple. His position in the Hall of Governmental Affairs was faintly higher than Scholar Hu's. Faced with Fan Xian, who had sunk into a difficult situation, what would he say or do? Long time no see. He Zhongwei looked at Fan Xian warmly. "It's not time yet. Sit down and drink a cup of hot tea to warm your body. Otherwise, you'll have to stand for half a day in the royal study." These words were spoken warmly, sincerely, and lightly. It moved one's expression. The concern that came from the depths of his words was something that anyone could hear. He Zhongwei's behavior gave one the feeling that there had never been any problems between these two most famous young nobles in the Qing court. Truly intelligent people would have heard other meanings. This was the leniency of a victor toward a loser. This was a concern from a higher position. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly in a not-quite-there smile. He then slowly raised his head and looked at the dark-skinned scholar in front of him. He paused for a moment and then calmly said, "I came here today to say a few words to you. That's right, my time hasn't come yet, but yours has." No one could understand these words. Even He Zongwei himself did not hear the sinister background tone in them. He paused slightly and furrowed his brows as he looked at Fan Xian. It was as if he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, he heard a clamor coming from outside the Hall of Governmental Affairs. There were a few unsuppressible cries of surprise mixed in the chaotic noise. What a mess! He Zongwei's expression was slightly heavy. He looked at the official who had charged through the door and reprimanded him slightly angrily. "Sir, Deputy Cheng of the Supreme Court and the new imperial censor of the left, Guozheng, have been killed on the street." The official fearfully reported the news that had come from outside earlier. Hearing this news, it was as if the entire room exploded. Shocked cries rang out. The officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs managed the Qing court for the emperor. When had they ever heard of such a high-ranking court official being assassinated in the street? He Zongwei's body froze. The deputy of the Supreme Court and imperial censor Guozheng were both his trusted aides, particularly Guozheng. He had always viewed the Fan faction as a great enemy and had done many things for him in Jiangnan. He had performed a great service for the emperor, which was why he had found an opportunity to move him back to Jingdou. In the end, he had just returned to Jingdou and died? A glimmer of paleness flashed across his dark face. It quickly returned to normal. He abruptly raised his head and stared at Fan Xian's handsome face. His eyes narrowed and glowed with a cold light. Without waiting for He Zongwei to open his mouth to speak, Fan Xian gently lowered his eyelids. Amidst the cries of surprise, he quietly said, "The Minister of Revenue is also dead, as are 2 vice ministers. This is the list I drafted. Take a look and see if you missed anything." After Fan Xian said this, he took out a thin piece of paper from his clothes and handed it over. He Zongwei's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He accepted the paper and scanned it roughly. He saw the names and positions of a dozen officials. They were all his trusted aides. After Fan Xian handed the list to Scholar He, the entire room in the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop to the ground. Fan Xian carelessly rubbed his temples and inserted the thin needle between his fingers back into his hair. Calmly, he said, "I don't want to kill innocent officials, so please confirm. If these are all your people, then I can rest easy." The slip of paper full of names floated to the ground. The room was silent. At this moment, everyone knew that the bloodshed in Jingdou had been caused by Sir Fan Jr. However, they didn't know if what he said was true. Had all those court officials died today? He Zongwei understood Fan Xian, so he knew Fan Xian was not lying. Presumably, the names on the paper had already become a wisp of resentful spirit. He raised his head. His eyes burned with a venomous fire as he stared fixedly at Fan Xian. He didn't know why Fan Xian was doing this. Did he not know that doing this was a road to death? In this moment, He Zongwei felt a faint sense of pride. He had actually forced Fan Xian to this path of life and death. Why? Someone. Capture this murderer. Everyone thought that He Zongwei was going to angrily denounce Fan Xian's inhuman evil actions in front of the officials. No one had expected that halfway through his words, He Zongwei would yell out loudly. Using the fastest speed, he hid behind the officials. It was still He Zongwei who understood Fan Xian the best. Since Fan Xian had already disregarded life and death, and had gone on a killing spree in Jingdou, he had the thought of fighting to the death. Seeing that Fan Xian had come to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to put down his umbrella before entering the palace, it was not just to use these dead people's names to mock and attack him. He wanted to kill him. Until now, no one believed that Fan Xian would dare to explode and kill people at the foot of the royal palace, in the solemn location of the center of the Qing kingdom. However, He Zongwei believed it. He knew that the vicious young noble in front of him would dare to do anything once he went crazy. Thus, he did not care about the dignity of an official. As he cried out in terror for the imperial soldiers to protect him, he ran for his life toward the back of the officials. Fan Xian did not chase after him. He only watched his actions with a pitying and mocking gaze. He looked at the pale face behind everyone. After all, this was the Hall of Governmental Affairs in front of the royal palace. Long before He Zhongwei's cry, there were already imperial soldiers and internal guards who had noticed the commotion. Once they realized that something was wrong, a dozen guards and 3 imperial army generals had already charged into the large room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Pulling out the knives at their waists, they cautiously surrounded Fan Xian. No matter how powerful Fan Xian was, he would not be able to kill his way out of the encirclement of these internal court guards in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Behind the crowd, He Zhongwei's expression also looked slightly better. The paleness was gone. On the contrary, there were 2 threads of red. In a stern voice he yelled, "Quickly, capture this murderer." A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Even if everyone knew that the blood in Jingdo had been shed under Sir Fan Jr.'s order, before they investigated clearly, who would go forward to capture Fan Xian? Particularly in a situation where Fan Xian had not made the first move, how could the imperial army generals and internal court guards dare to rashly charge forward? There was panic at the foot of the royal palace. The sound of soldiers being mobilized rang out everywhere. In an instant, urgent sounds came from outside the large room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Countless imperial soldiers surrounded the room, surrounding Fan Xian and the officials who actually controlled the Qing court inside. Even if Fan Xian had a pair of wings, he probably wouldn't be able to fly out. However, it seemed that he didn't want to escape. He just looked calmly at He Zhongwei behind the crowd and casually took a step forward. This step shattered the courage of countless officials. Cries of surprise rang out in the room. The dozen guards surrounding Fan Xian pressed forward. Fan Xian stopped his steps and looked at He Zhongwei not far away through the heads of the crowd. Calmly he said, "Perhaps it is as many people say, you are actually a capable official. In the future, it is very likely that you will become a famous official whose name will go down in history." Then he shook his head and said, "However, I won't give you this opportunity to continue living. Speaking of which, it's strange. For some reason, I loathe you so much. This loathing is completely without reason. You are too materialistic and always want to step on others to climb up. This kind of behavior is what I dislike the most. Even if I don't like it, at most, I'll just punch you a few times. Unexpectedly, you later threw your entire life into opposing me," Fan Xian said with a slight smile. "It's a pity that this career is not very glorious. On the contrary, it gives me even more reasons to kill you." Fan Xian smiled warmly. In the eyes of everyone in the room, this smile was sinister, terrifying, and full of murderous intent. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Thus, the imperial soldiers and guards around him didn't move lightly. They were terrified of provoking this figure's craziness and starting a massacre. Hearing the latter part of Fan Xian's words, a severe light flashed through He Zhongwei's eyes. He prepared to open his mouth and say something coldly. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. This pain was very real and very wretched. It immediately made his face pale. He couldn't say a word. "You are a petty person who is passionate about materialism and doesn't care about the cost to climb up. You can hide it from the emperor, the officials of the court, and even the people of the world. But, how can you hide it from me?" Fan Xian's gaze became cold. "Your seemingly clean hands are stained with the blood of many people. Just how many people's wrong souls are on your official robes? You know, and I know. Today, I am killing you and your He faction officials to carry out justice on behalf of heaven, and to help the emperor cleanse the emperor's side." Fan Xian said words that even he didn't believe. He looked mockingly at He Zhongwei's pale face, bullying him for not being able to say a word. "I don't understand why you would do anything to climb up and step on the corpses of my subordinates to climb up. Later, I finally understood. It is not because of the natural enmity between the Imperial Censorate and the Overwatch Council. It is also not because I am unwilling to marry my sister to you. Furthermore, it is not because the Emperor has any instructions for you." Fan Xian sighed with pity. All of this is because you are jealous of me. You are not as good as me in literature, martial arts, reputation, or power. No matter how hard you work or how many big black dogs you raise, you will never be able to catch up to me in this lifetime. Of course you are not convinced. You are not convinced that I have a good father and mother. However, this is fate. What is there to be unconvinced about? A few soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down He Zhongwei's pale forehead. He stared at Fan Xian with a pair of hateful eyes. He wanted to angrily say something, but he didn't have the strength to open his mouth. He already had no strength to stand. Dispiritedly, he sat on the side of the Kong. This is grievance. The grievance of the emperor is the source of internal chaos in the Qin kingdom. Fan Xian stared at He Zhongwei sitting on the side of the Kong. Enunciating each word, he said, "Too much grievance prevents heartbreak. Today, I will grant you a heartbreak." Every word and sentence was like a small knife stabbing into He Zhongwei's ears. Even if he didn't want to hear it, he had no choice. He knew that the officials of his He faction had all died today. Furthermore, Fan Xian had to have a backup plan in secret. However, he didn't know why Fan Xian would say so many useless things in front of so many officials. The officials had died. As long as he was alive, he would still have the emperor's favor. In the future, he would be able to nurture his own power again. But why was it that after those small knives entered his ears, they began to move randomly around his abdomen? Why was it that those knives were cutting his intestines and making him wish he was dead? I will grant you a heartbreak. After these words were said, the atmosphere in the row of single-story houses at the foot of the royal palace immediately became tense. All of the officials scattered in all directions to avoid Fan Xian's storm-like attacks that might immediately appear. The imperial soldiers endlessly surged in from outside the house and formed into countless rows, blocking in front of He Zhongwei. The fully armored imperial soldiers formed a formation and squeezed the spacious hall of governmental affairs room until it was particularly cramped. They stared nervously at Fan Xian, who was alone. Just as the swords were drawn and the fight was about to break out at any moment, a mournful and urgent cry came from the courtyard of the Hall of Governmental Affairs against the royal palace walls. No, who the scholar, covered in snow and water, charged in from the direction of the royal palace. After hearing Fan Xian's speech at the Imperial College this morning, he knew that something big was going to happen in Jingdou. He had rushed to the royal palace at the first opportunity. However, he had been delayed for a while. He only had time to say a few words to the emperor before he heard a eunuch report that court officials had mysteriously died in various places in Jingdou. Immediately after, there was an urgent report that Fan Xian had already killed his way into the Hall of Governmental Affairs. No one dared to stop Hu the scholar. At such a tense moment, no one cared about his entrance. At most, a few officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs saw Hu the scholar rush to Fan Xian's side. They were worried that he would be injured by Fan Xian, this madman, and cried out in worry. Hu the scholar paid no attention to these cries. He grabbed Fan Xian from behind and used his old life to drag Fan Xian back. In a loud and panicked voice he yelled, "You're crazy!" In everyone's eyes, everything that had happened today showed that Sir Fan Jr., whose talent in poetry had shocked the world, was clearly crazy. Otherwise, how could he trample on the dignity of the court and do so many heinous and treasonous things? If what had happened in Jingdou was not rebellion, what could it be? Hu the scholar knew that just the matter of those officials being assassinated in Jingdou was enough to anger the emperor and send Fan Xian to eternal damnation. However, he still held on to Fan Xian with all his might, not letting him act. Killing a scholar in the Hall of Governmental Affairs was like spilling blood in front of the palace. Not only in the Qin kingdom, but in the entire world, such a hair-raising scene had never appeared before. The scene was comical and funny, but no one laughed. It was completely silent at the foot of the palace walls. Everyone watched in fear as Hu the scholar used his old and weak body to hold on to Fan Xian with all his might. How could he drag and hold on to him? Fan Xian suddenly felt a glimmer of warmth finally grow in his icy cold heart. He smiled and lowered his head. Let go, it's already too late. Behind him, Hu the scholar's body froze. Trembling, he loosened his grip and glanced at Fan Xian with disbelief. He Zhongwei, who had been hiding behind the crowd and sitting in fear on the edge of the Kong, suddenly retched and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood soaked through the robes of many officials in front of him. It was black and ugly. Cries of surprise rang out in the room. A few officials quickly went forward to support He Zongwei and began to desperately call for a royal doctor. He Zongwei's eyes began to dim, and his hearing also began to fade. He could not clearly hear what his colleagues beside him were shouting. He could only clearly feel the pain in his abdomen. Those little knives seemed to have successfully chopped his passionate and hot-blooded intestines into pieces. He Zongwei knew he couldn't make it. He didn't know when Fan Xian had poisoned him. He also didn't notice the small needle mark on the little finger of his right hand. He just felt dissatisfied. He clearly had hot-bloodedness toward the world and the court. He was willing to shed his blood for a clear reputation. Why was it that in the end, what he spat out was a puddle of black blood? His blurry gaze searched for Fan Xian's cold face. There was great resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. As an official, what was wrong with working for the emperor and the court? Was it to kill some people and betray some people? For thousands of years, hadn't people in officialdom always done this? Did Fan Xian not let innocent people die because of him? You didn't have to betray anyone because you were born to be the master, while we were born to be the servants. He Zongwei wanted to angrily ask Fan Xian, "What right do you have to use those strange reasons to kill me? You're just a wastrel who doesn't see the big picture, and only does things according to your own likes and dislikes." However, in the end he couldn't say this question. The black blood gushing endlessly from his lips stopped him from speaking and breathing. Just before the royal doctor rushed over, the scholar and imperial censor, the most popular person in the Qing court these 3 years, He Zongwei, died at the foot of the royal palace, in the yamen of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He spat up blood and died with his intestines broken. During this process, Fan Xian had been watching He Zongwei calmly and coldly, even callously. He watched him vomit blood, watched him struggle in pain, and watched him take his last breath. The expression on his face remained calm, and did not change at all. He didn't know of He Zongwei's resentment and dissatisfaction before his death. He didn't need to know. The officials who died on the 7th day of the first month in the 11th year of the Qing calendar, including He Zongwei himself, were actually just preparatory work. He Zongwei's death had nothing to do with his likes and dislikes. It was for the people he had to protect, for the people in Jiangnan, Xiliang, and Jingdou who had already died. This official the emperor had raised specifically to deal with Fan Xian had to die. This was just one part of the machine-like calm calculations. Fan Xian only needed to confirm this person's death. He didn't sigh too much in his heart. There was still time to sigh about things before he died. The scholar stared in a daze at He Zongwei's body. He then turned his head heavily and looked at Fan Xian's icy face with an angry, disappointed and dazed emotion. An icy voice squeezed out of his chest. "Capture this murderer." He stood by Fan Xian's side, disappointed and angry. He gave the order to capture and even kill Fan Xian. He didn't care that Fan Xian could casually stretch out his hand and have him follow He Zongwei in death. Naturally, Fan Xian would not kill him. He looked at the scholar and smiled apologetically. Just as the imperial soldiers charged forward, the head eunuch of the internal court, Eunuch Yao, finally arrived at the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In a sharp voice and powerful zhenqi he yelled, "The emperor has an edict to bring the traitor Fan Xian into the palace." The edict had finally arrived. Without question, this was an edict determined to take his life. However, the edict was for Fan Xian to enter the palace. Everything regarding the emperor and his illegitimate child could not be seen or heard by these officials in court. There was silence in the large room. Countless gazes turned toward Fan Xian's body. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then looked at Eunuch Yao and asked, "Should I tie him up?" Eunuch Yao was silent and didn't say a word. Fan Xian couldn't resist sighing. If he wanted to tie him up, no one could tie him up. However, the emperor's edict could easily turn his family and friends in this world into ropes they could never struggle free of. "I left my umbrella by the door. Don't let someone steal it." After Fan Xian said this, He followed eunuch Yao deeper into the palace. Behind him, the officials still surrounded He Zongwei's body in incomparable grief. Chapter 731. Last night, I had insomnia, unusually serious insomnia. I tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. It was not until 10 o'clock this morning that I went back to bed. I slept for a few hours in a daze. Even now, my mind is still muddled. For an optimist like me, insomnia is actually a rare thing. However, since May of last year, it has happened to me. Everything is the fault of Qingyu. I can't help it. I will slowly write this chapter. There is still a long way to go before the end. The winter snow landed on the stone tiles and quickly melted. It was difficult to accumulate. The snowflakes that landed on the bright yellow glazed tiles were frozen in shape by the cold wind. They looked like countless broken clouds waiting calmly in the golden light of the morning sun. Fan Xian withdrew his greedy gaze from admiring the snow. With his hands behind his back, he followed behind eunuch Yao and quietly circled around the quiet and winding palace walls. Surrounded by the crimson blood, he walked deeper into the royal palace. Behind the two of them, a dozen guards followed carefully. Fan Xian had not been bound. The edict had already named him a traitor. The guards were worried. If Sir Fan Jr. suddenly rose in revolt in the Forbidden Palace, what power did they have to stop him? It was clear that many officials had died in Jingdo. Fan Xian had also shocked the world by publicly killing a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs at the foot of the royal palace. However, he had no interest in fighting in the royal palace. Perhaps it was because he knew that there were countless aces in this seemingly quiet palace. Perhaps it was because he knew that the emperor in the royal palace was a tall mountain. Before the mountain collapsed, there was no point in making a scene in the palace. The corner of the eaves of Taiji Palace moved with the footsteps of the people on the high palace walls. Walking past a small door in a winter suite with snow, a group of silent people arrived in front of the royal study. Fan Xian waited quietly outside the study. Eunuch Yao glanced at him with a complicated expression. He went forward and said a few words in a low voice to Hongzhu, who was standing guard at the door of the royal study. His expression changed slightly. Turning back, he lowered his voice and said, "The emperor is waiting for you in the little building." Little building? Fan Xian's gaze did not land on Hongzhu's face. He did not risk asking with his gaze in front of everyone. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "Then let's go." Eunuch Yao waved his hand and blocked the dozen internal court guards outside the round stone archway. Alone, he led Fan Xian into the rear palace. Behind the two of them, the guards could not hide the nervousness, unease, and suspicion on their faces. Hongzhu, who had been standing obediently by the door of the royal study, watched Sir Fan Jr.'s back as he walked deep into the palace. An uncontrollable sorrow suddenly surged in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head, terrified that others would see something strange. However, this lowering of his head seemed to be sending Fan Xian off. The inner palace was very quiet after the snow, and one could occasionally hear laughter coming from the depths of the palace. Fan Xian's hearing was so good that he could even hear the sound of mahjong tiles falling to the ground. He couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that the things that happened in the capital had not yet reached the palace. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. However, the palace had never been so lively before. He thought to himself that the beauties who had been in the palace for months and the imperial concubines were really in the prime of their youth, diluting the loneliness. Fan Xian liked it this way so that the royal palace would not always be cold and gloomy. The royal palace was as familiar to him as home. The emperor was waiting for him in the little building, so he knew the way. Still holding his hands behind his back like a scholar, he walked unhurriedly toward the northwest corner of the royal palace. Eunuch Yao had fallen behind him. At this time, there was no point in rushing. Presumably, the emperor would not be in a rush. Coincidentally, the palace was large, and the air was cold. There was snow on the winter trees, lakes, and fake mountains. It was much more beautiful than the winter scenery in the palace. Fan Xian could take a few more glances. However, as he walked steadily step by step, Eunuch Yao's gaze, which fell behind him, had an additional meaning. Eunuch Yao sensed that Sir Fan Jr. in front of him was adjusting his breathing. He was using the correspondence between his body and the surrounding environment to allow his realm to rise to a sensitive and abundant level. Eunuch Yao lowered his head even more. He knew why Sir Fan Jr. was slowly walking step by step and adjusting his breathing. Walking past the winter tree garden, around the side of the fake mountains, and onto the wooden stack on the cold lake, he was just about to cross the lake and past the snow pavilion where he had once talked long with the emperor during a snowstorm. Fan Xian suddenly stopped his steps and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were people under the snow pavilion. A few eunuchs and serving girls were accompanying a noble-looking woman to admire the snow. Perhaps there was a warm stove in the pavilion, but the noble-looking woman was still wearing an expensive and warm mink coat. After a moment of surprise, Fan Xian smiled and continued to walk toward the pavilion. He had not thought that he would run into a concubine in the palace on such cold weather. Entering the palace today, he would not go see Yi Guipin. He would also not go see Lady Ning and Lady Shu in the cold palace. He had even purposely avoided them. That was why he had chosen this plank path above the lake. Unexpectedly, he had still run into one. Naturally, he would not go and hide. Eunuch Yao followed behind him, and did not dare to make a sound for him to choose another path. The two of them entered the pavilion. The people in the pavilion were shocked. It was clear that they had not thought that outsiders would enter the palace at this time. A sharp-eyed serving girl saw Eunuch Yao with his head lowered behind Fan Xian. She quickly half-crouched in greeting and quietly guessed the identity of the young scholar in front of her. Fan Xian stood in the pavilion, and also felt surprised. He thought to himself, it has only been a few months. How come the serving girls in the palace have changed so much that they don't even recognize me anymore? As he thought this, his gaze unconsciously landed on the concubine sitting in the middle, and refused to leave for a long time. This concubine was about 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance was still young and beautiful. Today, she wore hairpins and rings, proper makeup, and luxurious clothing. It forcibly brought out a sense of nobility and pride. There was a sense of unsuppressible pride in the concubine's eyes. Looking at Eunuch Yao, she asked, "Has the emperor eaten lunch?" Eunuch Yao did not reply. He only smiled. He thought to himself that it was not a good choice to act like a favored one at this time. The people in the pavilion immediately felt it was strange. Particularly after noticing the young scholar's gaze, they felt incomparably angry. They wondered where such a bastard had come from. Fan Xian stared in a daze at the concubine's slightly bulging belly. Although she was wearing a thick fur coat, he could still see it clearly. He immediately knew that the noble sitting in the pavilion in front of him admiring the snow was the favored concubine Mei. It was this woman who was pregnant with the emperor's dragon seed. There was a deathly silence in the pavilion. Fan Xian looked calmly at concubine Mei's belly for a long time. The expression in his eyes was very complicated. To stare at the emperor's woman so nakedly, particularly at this position, was truly rude. Where did this bastard come from? Where are those thieving eyes looking? A young serving girl stared at Fan Xian and reprimanded him in a sharp voice. Looking at her appearance, she was about to immediately go forward and slap Fan Xian. This serving girl was a servant girl concubine Mei had brought in from outside the palace. These days, the master followed the son's status, and the servant followed the master's status. She was very arrogant and proud in the palace. Even the concubine in Shufeng Palace greeted her warmly. She had cultivated an arrogance for a lifetime. She had never seen a man like Fan Xian in the palace. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the serving girl walking toward him with a face full of anger, and did not move. Eunuch Yao's heart froze. He had been at the emperor's side these days, and had not paid much attention to matters in the back palace. He had not thought that the servants at concubine Mei's side would be so domineering and blind. With a crisp slap, Eunuch Yao floated forward and viciously slapped the serving girl to the ground. He then quickly retreated behind Fan Xian, and said in a low and humble voice, "Sir Fan Jr., the emperor is still waiting for you." Fan Xian smiled and glanced at him. "What are you so nervous for? Are you afraid I'll kill her?" Eunuch Yao smiled foolishly and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, You're adjusting your breathing step by step. The killing intent in your body has long reached a peak and is sealed in your body without a sliver leaking out. If you actually touched a trigger, the casual anger of a superior 9th level ace is not something anyone can withstand. The serving girl was knocked unconscious to the ground. A trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. The air in the pavilion seemed to freeze. Concubine May stared dumbfounded at this scene. She was so angry that she was confused. She could not understand why Eunuch Yao, the head eunuch of the internal court, would do this. Who was this young man? He dared not kowtow to her and stared at her so rudely. Only the eunuchs and serving girls serving at the side heard clearly the identity that Eunuch Yao had purposely pointed out. They finally knew that this young scholar who had entered the palace alone was the Sir Fan Jr. that the elders in the palace never forgot to warn about. They immediately lowered their heads nervously, not daring to look directly at him. Fan Xian calmly looked at Concubine May's angry face. He paused for a moment and then said, "It's cold outside. Go back to the palace and play mahjong. If you get sick from the cold here, it won't be good for the child in your stomach. Don't think that the emperor will think you're a bit prettier when he sees you in the pavilion. Don't expect him to dote on you. Life in this palace is actually very simple. You just have to be a bit more obedient." His gaze landed on Concubine May's stomach again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It had only been a short time, yet it was already showing. It looked like the emperor was indeed powerful in all areas. However, he didn't know if the child in her stomach would be another brother or sister. "I hope you can give me a sister. I don't have one yet." Fan Xian gave Concubine May his sincere blessings. He then walked around the people under the pavilion and onto the wooden stack on the other side of the lake, heading toward the northwest corner of the royal palace. Concubine May forced herself not to cry with unusual difficulty. Emotions of anger and helplessness piled up in her heart. She unconsciously turned her head to glance at Fan Xian's back and couldn't help but shiver. In the end, she was just a girl of 15 or 16. After hearing the other person's identity from his last words, she involuntarily felt a bit afraid. Ever since she had become pregnant with the emperor's dragon seed, she was proud on one hand and afraid on the other. She knew what the child in her stomach meant to the person in Shufeng Palace, to this foreign official surnamed Fan. She didn't think Fan Xian's last words were any kind of blessing. She only heard them as a warning. She didn't think that Fan Xian truly hoped she could give birth to a princess. After all, if she gave birth to a prince, she would probably sink into the dark strife for the rest of her life and never be able to rise again. Concubine May looked with slight fear at the figure disappearing into the snow. The fear in her eyes gradually became unwillingness and hatred. The Qing emperor was not in the little building. He was in front of the large abandoned palace in the northwest corner of the royal palace, watching the little building. There were few palace buildings here, and the winter garden was quiet. There were also fake mountains, but they had long been broken down. It was as if they hadn't been repaired for many years. Compared to the cold palace on the other side, it was even colder. In front of a patch of overgrown grass, Eunuch Yao quietly retreated. Alone, Fan Xian looked at the bright yellow figure between the little building and the long grass. Quietly, he walked over and stayed slightly behind. Just like when they were by the seaside in Danzhou. He accompanied him and watched the little building silently. This pair of ruler and official, father and son, were not silent for long. With his hands behind his back, the emperor calmly watched the little building. His thin lips moved slightly as he lightly asked, "Did you see Concubine May earlier?" "Yes." Fan Xian's hands were also behind his back. Hearing the emperor's question, he calmly replied, "Do you think the child in her stomach is a boy or a girl?" the emperor asked. At this moment, the atmosphere was very strange. The father and son had been in a cold war for several months, and countless people had died because of the cold war between the two of them. Yet, when they met today, there was no anger or reprimand that outsiders would expect. They were just casually chatting. "It should be a princess." "Oh, I always knew you were well learned, but I didn't know you were so wishy-washy." The corners of the emperor's lips twitched slightly as he spoke mockingly. "It can't be said that I am well learned, but I do have some understanding of medicine. Most importantly, the child in concubine May's stomach can only be a princess, Fan Xian replied respectfully. The emperor's brows gradually furrowed. Coldly he said, "In your opinion, I cannot raise someone more successful than the third prince." "No," Fan Xian replied straightforwardly. "Concubine May is not as good as Igui Pin." The emperor was silent for a moment. He then said, "These words are reasonable. However, the royal bloodline is thin. It is always good to have one more prince. If your majesty shows pity, it would be good for the Qing kingdom to have more princes in the future." Fan Xian didn't explicitly say what pity meant. Instead, he lowered his eyelids and straightforwardly said, "Otherwise, if there is another Chengqian or Chengzi, it would be meaningless." After these words were said, the emperor's expression quickly darkened. Fan Xian had mentioned the crown prince and the second prince. Although he had single-handedly manipulated the tragic end of these two princes, it had to be said that the emperor's initial training of his sons had completely taken an overly cold-blooded and wrong path. Concerning this, it would be a lie if the gradually aging emperor did not feel a glimmer of emotion in his heart. Fan Xian stood behind the emperor's bleak figure and calmly paid attention to each of the emperor's minute changes. He discovered the hidden pain in the emperor's heart and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No one in this world was a true god. Even someone as powerful as the emperor had gradually walked the path of a normal old man after stepping down from the throne. The Qing emperor's changes these years had been seen by Fan Xian. It was because he knew of this that he had the courage to come to the palace and say these words to the emperor. These words were like knives cutting into the emperor's heart. In the end, the emperor was not Hizongwei. In just a moment, the emperor's face once again became the eternal and unchanging precipice of Dong Mountain. It was as warm as jade on the outside, but in reality, it was craggy and sharp, disdaining the storm. "Hizongwei is dead?" The emperor slowly opened his mouth and asked. "Yes, your majesty. You thought hard in your manner for 7 days and 7 nights. I was wondering what trick you could think of that would move me. I didn't expect that in the end, it would still be such nonsense." The emperor shook his head and said mockingly, "You have truly disappointed me." Fan Xian smiled shamefully and replied, "Your majesty is like Dong Mountain, unaffected by thousands of years of wind and rain. In the end, I am only a commoner. No matter how much I think, I cannot think of a trick to create something out of nothing. A person's imagination is, in the end, limited. Things that do not exist in this world cannot be thought of no matter how much one thinks." These words were spoken with sincerity. They truly came from the bottom of Fan Xian's heart. Faced with the emperor's great talent and strategy, as well as his own strength, it was easier said than done to find a way to defeat him. It was indeed a possibility that did not exist in this world. "I thought for a long time and couldn't think of a way. In the end, I thought it through. Perhaps it is because I have been immersed in the Overwatch Council since I was young that I am used to considering everything thoroughly and only attacking when I am confident." Fan Xian suddenly raised his face. There was a joyous glow on his delicate face. "However, this time is different. I will never be able to find a confident method. Since I will never be able to think of a good method, then why not use the simplest method?" It was the simplest method. 6 simple words, but they contained a deep meaning. What was the simplest method in the world? Naturally, it was to be like a wild beast, using teeth to bite, claws to tear, and carrying out the most primitive and bloody hand-to-hand combat. Fan Xian said these words. This was a breakthrough that came from the bottom of his heart after a defeat. It was a raw and spicy viciousness. It was a kind of reckless energy that he had never displayed before. It was displayed to the fullest. The emperor suddenly calmed down and turned to look at his son calmly. It was as if he was trying to find something different in this familiar face. A moment later, the emperor laughed loudly. There was actually a bit of admiration in his laughter. However, the laughter stopped for a moment. The emperor's voice was particularly cold. To kill an official in front of everyone and disregard the laws of the Qing kingdom. This is the work of the uncivilized, not a hero. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.